All right, we are back here with table number 1. It is going to be Kevin Besta versus Martin Lee.
We've got Crossheart versus Armor Rush.
Yes, and if you know Martin, one, you know his setup, but additionally, you know his love for the armor archetype and such. So should be really interesting to see how this goes.
You equally share that love for the archetype.
I do, but I have, I don't want to say obsession. I think obsession might be a bit too heavy, but he plays a lot. He plays a lot of this kind of archetype, and it really shows. He does very, very well with it. So we're starting off with just a Kenan Davis over there for Martin, and then a Taiki Kudo on the other side, looking at the top 4. Couple good hits.
Yeah, a lot of good hits. I think, you'd want to add probably the Shoutmon to hand and then slot the Starmons underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Either or, you could slot either card under the Taiki because you get the Starmon or the Shout underneath. But I think you would want the Star for the fact that you get that inheritable of drawing 1 if it's a Shoutmon.
Yeah, because like having 2 names is good for the flexibility of it, but just the fact that you don't get any inheritables, as you said, is quite impactful. So looks like doing that, and it also has a free Digivolve now there too. All right, and 1 memory left for Kevin right now.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad Crossheart does not have a memory fixer quite yet.
Yeah, the triple tamer is good, but I'm really happy it costs 4. If it costed 3 like everything else, you'd be in a I think it'd be in a different situation.
I mean, why not just make it 2? Because that would basically be a Cool Boy, right?
You're right. Yeah. What gives, Bandai? What's the? That's twice as more expensive.
Kevin unsure what to do next. I think he's debating on playing a Tamer. And there is the triple Tamer, Taiki, Kiriha, and Nene coming down, passing the turn at 3 memory. Martin will gain a memory with that Davis and Ken, and from there, jamming Veemon has a lot of potential here.
Yeah, so it's going to swing in. Let's see what it hits into. All right, a cross 3, which you are able to, again, jam out of.
Wanya draws him a card too because he has a blue Tamer in play.
That's true. That's like I think the one new quote unquote tech for these decks is that the Wanyamon is actually a pretty strong egg if you find your Tamers. So going to Lydramon for 2, getting the effect off the Kenan Davis to get the restand as well.
Will he go for another attack, or will he just play another Veemon or something to pass it to 1?
Yeah, because you could use that. And like in this matchup, you if you get to Magna Angemon, they don't have a lot of
Magnamon.
Magnamon, sorry, not Magna Angemon. Yeah, Magnamon. They don't have a lot of interaction with that.
Ooh.
All right, just a regular Davis.
Oh, only one hit.
But there's the Magnamon X as well. So I could be wrong though. What's the counter to Magna X in Crossheart? Is there one in your mind?
The only thing that would come to my mind is Sunrise Buster.
Gotcha.
But that's only if you have the Tamers to do it, because DP reduction can bypass armor purges, and from my understanding of the ruling, if Magnamon X gets DP reduced to 0, it's deleted, so it goes to the top of the security.
Yeah, and then it carries over. So,
yes.
Okay, hits into a Veemon. And as far as I know, too, most Crossheart decks aren't running the Sunrise Buster anymore.
No, their form of removal at this point would be the Cross 7. But if everyone is playing more towards the hyper aggressive variants with Mervamon, I honestly don't know what their out is, because if you can get to a Magnamon X, you just redirect attacks all day long.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a pretty good win condition there. And it looks like, okay, going into the cross 4, you have at least 3 targets for it underneath it. Let's see if there's any more.
Shout, Ballista, no Darulu. There is a Stars, but the question is, does he have the Ballista in hand? Or not Ballista, the Darula.
And it looks like not, so this will cost 3. Yeah, go down to 0.
It has Rush, Piercing, and also will draw a card with the Starmon effect.
Yeah, and I looking into it, yeah, it's this is obviously a good card. It's down to 1, but what do you think is the playoff of this? Do you think you use the effect to pop it afterwards, or
if he has the cross 3, I'd probably pop it to cross into the cross 3 just for another draw. But if not, he might just leave it because it is a bigger body.
Yeah, because you do have 3 materials under there, so you want to get that. And you're not worried of like a Digivolve or like a source removal in this deck too. So it's not terrible to keep it up either. So I think that's fine.
Now, if Martin is playing a blue option card like Sorai, this could be bad for Kevin for the fact that he'll lose all those sources.
Yeah, and we're no longer in the Ultimate Cup format, so every deck has like 1 or 2 copies of Death X right now, which would be pretty sweet in this moment too. So we'll have to see if that's in hand, if that decision's made. And it looks like starting off with a Lydramon attack, which hits into an Akari, which if they got a Darulumon off the top 3, that will get a little bit of value, but seems like not the case.
Nope.
And again,
starting your turn. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to probably say the exact same thing. Starting your turn at 5 memory is very, really strong.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. Nice. It's really nice, especially with that Lydramon, acting as that blue and green Digimon for that Davis and Ken.
Yeah, and so it looks like maybe Martin's looking for like a level 5 line to go up as well. He might have had like another armor he wanted to Digivolve on top of. Like if you had Mogdamon and the Mogdamon X, but you don't have the option card, you could have gone up to it, but it looks like if he did want it to get armor purged, he'd not get lucky on that one.
It's going to be difficult to get armor purged in the Crossheart matchup for the fact that a lot of your opponent's Digimon are 4,000 DP or smaller. Unless you hit the bigger bodies like Mervamon, Cross 3, which is 6, I believe, and Cross 4, which is 8, and then the Cross 5, I believe, is also 10. Not entirely sure on that last one. Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, that is the risk you run. So, unfortunately for Kevin, played a little risky. This is probably the only card in the deck. I guess like a Mega Death could also have done the same thing, but Deathix loves to show up against Crossheart in situations like this. And now you've lost essentially all the momentum and all the advantage you've put over the entire game.
No Star, no Ballista. You do have an extra shout that is under Taiki, but there's nothing else right now that you can use.
Oh. Looks like he, let's see. Yeah, dropped his, Shoutmon. All right. Yeah, you can material save that, but because it was, So, but unfortunately you have another Shoutmon too, so it's like the least needed one of that entire stack.
The other unfortunate thing is you don't get to choose the order. You have to stack the order exactly as the cross requirements are on the card.
Correct. And normally the way that they write it so like the order you have to is like quote unquote the best order anyways. But if you could have stacked it another way to maybe play around Death X, it would have been a good situation there.
Fun fact: the order of the cards are also what the order of the English dub anime actually say when they cross in the show.
I think Shoutmon's the most important one off the top, and then everything else is kind of, just trivial. But that is a fun little Easter egg there.
Yeah. Slotting the Darulumon underneath the Triple Tamer and gaining a memory and drawing another card. This is really rough for the fact that Death Exmon, if you're playing the hyper aggressive matchup, it's hard to deal with it because you don't have removal.
Yeah, additionally the hand of the armor player is in the middle there. They just leave it on the play mat, so it's never off screen. If you can't tell by the leaning tower of collectible boxes, Martin's got a very particular setup, but
it's a delicate balance.
It's a delicate balance for sure. He wins enough. He tops enough tournaments. He needs to just invest in
An arm.
Yeah, you think with his tournament winnings by now he'd have enough to.
I think it's the luck. I think the
Yeah.
delicate balance is what keeps him, grounded and kind of it's superstition at this point for him.
That's probably very fair.
So we're crossing into a cross 5 using the Shoutmon, Ballistamon, Darulamon, Starmon, and the Sparrowmon. All 5 pieces of the puzzle to combine into that cross 5, and we are going to have every effect, and it'll only cost 1.
Yeah, that's very strong for you there. You do get a draw card also from the Akari. You're able to draw a card off the draw. It does have piercing, but unfortunately, if you try to attack into the armor card, you don't get that effect off.
Thank you, Armor Purge.
Yeah, honestly, like when the card first came out, like the keyword first came out, I'm like, man, this keyword's busted. But there's just so many effects that go off of that, and looks like he did swing into the Vmon or the Lydramon. So interesting choice there. It does restrict any amount of additional damage next turn, and you do have the reboot blocker on the cross 5, assuming that it survives with the end of turn for Death X. So
yeah, there's no level 7 in the deck either. So unless Kevin is playing his own Death X mon, unless he plays that and then pushes the Ignite mon out, would he be able to delete the Death X by deleting his own Death X?
All right. Yeah, thinking about a Shoutmon for 4. This is like your last one. Okay, so going to a cross 3. So this costs currently 5, and now it costs 3. So you are able to. There it is. So you are able to keep your turn. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it looks like this is with the add of the Ignite Mon and now the Gravity Rush. It looks like Kevin's running more of the Merva version of this build.
Yep.
So it can be quite scary.
If you load up on enough Blinding Rays and Gravity Crushes, you can easily swing 3-4 times in a single turn.
Yep. I think there's probably like a slight misplay here at the fact that depending on what materials he had. All right, and that hits a Jesmon GX. You could have if you had the materials for your cross 3 in hand already, you could have played that, had that attack over the Lydramon, and then have your cross 5 swing over it. But at the same time, maybe he's just wanting to have a guaranteed blocker out next turn as well.
Because then with the cross 5, you would have security attack plus 1. Attacking over the Vmon. Is that what you... Yeah.
Yeah. So like there's a chance like you have 2 attacks and the Darulamon -2 can know another Taiki, so passing 3. So that will get the deletion on the cross 5 as well.
Ooh.
Which is a little bit scary. Especially with a Flamedramon in the raising area.
That Flamedramon can do a lot of damage next turn. I don't know if Martin's list runs like the Fire Rocket, which honestly would have been hilarious if that got hit in the security.
Yeah. Yep. So deciding which ones to save and where to save them. And we're getting pretty deep into this round already.
There are a lot of tamers right now.
Yeah, there are currently 5. So again, this if you had a second Death X for some reason, you would be able to do that. So it looks like attacking with the Flamedramon. If this does get deleted in security and you have like another, all right,
just Darula.
Just Darula.
That's another issue with Crossheart currently with Beelzemon matchups. If the Beelzemon decks want to have their Digimon deleted in battle in security checks, it's harder if you hit tamers.
Yeah, because like there's a really good chance. Like it's very inconsistent and honestly unlikely for you to get an armor purge into security with this deck. So compared to at least a lot of other archetypes.
Oh.
All right, so this could also get you there. This does have 2 attacks, so let's see what we hit into there. You do also get the 2K boost. Okay, looking solid there. So Pyodramon might be able to get it out for you. Yep, not at the right time, and then Death X takes the game. Martin takes game number 1 with Armor Rush.
And didn't even really go too defensive in that first game either. So, but we know that, Magnamon X is a great defensive deterrent against smaller Digimon who have 4,000 DP, 5,000 DP, because you can constantly redirect.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I honestly like just the fact that armor does have like that same amount of pressure, but a little bit more survivability, I think means that there's a good amount of, it seems to me that armor would have an advantage in this matchup. Do you think that's crazy to say?
Agree.
Or okay.
No, I agree with that statement. Just because if they can't find their pieces and go off fast enough, I think CrossArt needs to finish games within 4 or 5 turns.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't close out the game in that time period, it reduces your chance significantly with each passing turn. Because granted, you might have the blinding rays, the gravity crushes to increase your memory for that Mervamon final push, but again, with that Magnamon X kind of deterring you from attacking, that's what stops it all ultimately.
Yeah, yeah, and I've talked to Martin before. He's told me like, yeah, it's sometimes he plays this deck and it's just like, you know what, it's just the stall deck until I can get Death X, and that does all the work for me. So
Death X really does do a lot of work still.
Mm-hmm.
I did see in the market recently that BT9 boxes have gone up substantially.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it did survive most cards survived the April 1st ban and restriction list. I mean, and by literally every card in the game but one. So
it had to be done though. We all agree that Greymon X was the problem. I think for most players that it wasn't that it was just Greymon X. It was more of we want more.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just a balance of, do you want protection or cost reduction? Having both is is a little bit too valuable.
Doru Gray was an example of that already, showing the 2 forms of protection and also the restand, or no, the security attack +1, right? It was no, Savior Hug that has the unsuspend.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're in Kevin's position, do you think you would want to go first or second?
I generally think like most of the decks right now, just going second is very valuable. Just the extra card, even if we're in mulligan format, is great, and usually you get a little bit more tempo, especially since Kevin's deck generally doesn't have a lot of like 1 or 2 memory plays. It just has like 3 memory plus, unless you just have like a really great opening hand and you want to cross 4 immediately or something like that. But generally, I would say he's more inclined to go second. So we'll see what his decision is.
It looks like he's going first. Flips Pikmons and goes into the Ignitemon right off the bat. And are we going to see a Tamer is the question.
We sure will. So Akari, and we do have the Darulu as well. So honestly, a fantastic start. That's probably one of the best starts you can ask for.
Agreed.
All right, going into your Vmon there.
The Death X does get reduced by 2 times 3 at this point.
Yeah. All right, and then you do have the Vmon looking at the top 4 cards of your deck. Looks like choosing between the Flamedramon and the Tamer.
I feel like you'd want to go Flamedramon.
I mean, that's the immediate value, right? But then, like, long term, I think Ken and Davis will get you there. The best way to guarantee that there's a Tamer in your security?
I think the other issue is you either play it now or you have to wait a turn to utilize it.
Yeah, but the best way to utilize, to make sure there's Tamers in your security, is make plays like this where you choose to get a Tamer, and then you get one for free like immediately afterwards.
Yeah, that's typically what happens. Oh, a Magnamon blocker already.
All right. So passing 3, and this does we'll be able to slow down the CrossArt player a little bit as well.
Just slightly, because if you attack with the Ignitemon first, you can delete your Darulamon in order to delete the Magnamon here before the block is declared. Draw off the Pikmons with the Ignitemon attacking. Is
Now,
there declaration?
Can you use Ignitemons for this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but by deleting one of your other Digimon with a level less than, so you will be able to. Oh, it looks like no.
He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why. I feel like I would, because the fact is, your Darulamon just gets saved under Akari, and you can just play it back out if another Akari gets played later.
Yeah, I think you would have. I would have liked to see that trade, honestly. And okay, this is like this is probably me being silly, but if you get that armor purge, then you wouldn't be able to block with the Vmon because it doesn't get the block anymore, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
that is correct.
It's the same as like, because I know just this is like a forever ago argument at this time, but like when digivolving or de-digivolving when attacking something with blocker, what's the procedure? Remember? Do you remember that old question? You can say no.
I don't remember off the top.
I think it was like set 1.5 or maybe it was BT4. Something in like the Ragna line lets you digivolve when attacking.
Yes.
And the question was, if something has blocker and gets de-digivolved to something without blocker, can you block with it? And vice versa.
No.
If you de-digivolve into something that then does have blocker, does it see the being able to use blocker?
Yes, because turn player has priority first, so they would trigger all their when attacking effects first, and then defending player has the opportunity to then declare blocks after all effects have been triggered.
Yeah, and it was and I still get confused with it because in Dragon Ball Super, another Bandai card game, you would be able to activate blocker essentially in those situations because everything goes into pending and then resolving. So even if you don't have it anymore, it's a very weird edge case.
I was scared of that. I was like, if you let this Magnamon live, Martin's just going to go into Magnamon X and just rain on your parade the rest of the match.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a very, very strong card for this archetype or for this matchup. I mean, especially because based on what we've been seeing from Kevin, we did see Mervamon, we did see like the gravity crushes and stuff. So generally, probably not playing any cross sevens, but we'll have to see what if he is or not, or if he has a way around this.
Merva is 12,000 DP, so you could play the Merva and then bait by attacking with one of your lower DP Digimon first before Mervamon goes in and attacks.
Yeah, that is true.
And Martin is checking his hand, so he has his hand on the playmat, so he's not like hiding his hand. Just for people in comments.
All right, and
I'm trying to figure out what Kevin does at this point, because unless he has that Mervamon, he can't really out this Magnamon X, because it has infinite redirects while it has Magnamon underneath it.
Yeah. So that's when we saw this matchup start up. I'm like, man, what is the out for this card? And I, generally speaking, can't think of something that is generally run, and especially like the Merva side of it that has a good time answering this card.
It's even worse if you go Magnamon first and you have Armor Digimon in the trash, because then your Magnamon gets the DP buffs, and then if you go into the Magnamon X, it's DP buffed for the next turn. Oh, Merva into Darulus would be able to help with definitely doing that. It just depends on, does he have the Darulas in trash, which we know right now he only has a single Darula, which is underneath the cross 4.
Yeah, and like if you never attack with your Magna, and like you can like be okay with the attacks of the Merva going in and then just redirecting everything else, you're in a really good spot. All right, so yeah, you can attack here, and then you can just again get the free redirect if you want. And that seems to be the case verbally.
And then the material save, which helps in some instances, but that redirect is so free.
Yeah, it's a free guy. Yeah, not having like a traditional cost is really great for this card.
Mm-hmm. But until Kevin outs this Magnamon X, that Vmon will be checking at minimum 1 security each turn unless... Well, we know he has the Davis and Ken, so he could start playing that and building into a armor multi-suspend attacker.
Yeah.
Oh, is he dropping the Merva? Dropping the Merva for the full 8 cost, is he going to slot a Digimon for the Digicross from the trash to reduce it by 1? Long key is an option as well. From what I've seen, though, players who typically play long key are the ones who play the cross 7 route.
Yeah, it's generally not in the... Again, this is like the faster version of the deck, right?
Mm-hmm. Because you expend all of your option card resources in the form of Blinding Ray and Gravity Crush. Oh, man. Kevin's about to draw 2 cards and add 2 cards with those cross 3s and cross 4. So this will cost a total of 7 memory after utilizing the Ignite Mons gain a memory effect. Oh, that is another option. So if the Ignite Mon he promotes out next turn attacks, he can delete Mervamon to delete the Magnamon. But then you're left with dealing with a Magnamon. So luckily at this point, Mervamon is a blocker.
Yeah, and the other 2 are as well. All right, getting 2 hits off the cross 3.
Oh, a Death X would be so bad here.
Yeah, that would probably close it out. I mean, again, the Magna is already doing a really good job, and again, if when Martin's this was a while ago when I asked him about his builds, like back in like September, October period, but he's just like, yeah, the deck's just meant to stall out to play Death X, and then I win off that card. Yeah, and there it is. There it is. It's such a good card.
I was like, oh, you de-digivolve that Merva. Now, if Kevin had a Merva into a Merva, that would have been great. But this way, doesn't he just wipe the board? Because the level 4s go too. Yeah. Oh, scooping it up.
Yeah, I would say that is where the game ends, unfortunately, for Kevin.
What a matchup.
Agreed. So Martin takes that one 2-0. All right, we should have our round number 2 pairing right here. And it looks like, as far as we know, it's Mastemon VS Machinedramon. Some players have done the correct thing by inputting a second deck list and making another submission there. But sometimes it's a little bit hard for us to track down which one's the most current one. But assuming it's this archetype, so it should be a good one.
Are you calling me out of my paranoia?
No. I'm just finally someone is sharing my paranoia with me.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh man, this guy's 5-0 with D Reaper, and then they were just a coward, and then switched to Crossheart like 10 minutes before the tournament started. Cool.
Accurate.
And now I'm just like stuck watching a Crossheart match, and like, oh great, it's a mirror or something. Like, oh my gosh, like.
This will be an interesting matchup because we know Mastemon players typically run Chaos Degradation, so those are one of the biggest outs to Machinedramon players. But if the Machinedramon players can somehow get multiple big bodies on board with blocker, or if the Digimon gets deleted, then by battle you trash the top security. You can avoid those security bombs.
Yeah. So we'll have to decide and see how they're doing. But it looks like we are good to start the round here. And we start off with a
Dorimon.
All right, so definitely Machinedramon. All right, one for 2 so far.
Nume. Okay, Niaro, we're good. It's
All right, all
Mastemon
right,
versus
cool. All right,
Machinedramon.
all right. We've passed the first check, so we have the purple Salmon in raising here, and then I believe that's a Gauzy, which is again quite strong.
That's rough. Oh man.
Only one hit off the Gatomon, and that's a
Yeah.
Lady Dev, correct?
Yes, it is the Alt Art Lady Devimon from BT11. I'm curious why they wouldn't just play the Gatomon to choke at 2.
Yeah, they just seem to be worried about what Machinedramon can play. And Megadramon is definitely something that could ruin that Gauzy right there. So
yeah,
one
now
memory. Yeah.
And now you can use all your memory related effects again, like the Machinedramon. Guess who's back?
I love this game. So Megadramon came down, used the effect to get rid of the Gauzy, and then you hit into security into a Flame Hell Scythe, which brought the Gauzy back.
Interesting. We're seeing actually a Mechanorimon. The last time I saw a Mechanorimon was probably way back in BT7. No, BT6, when Dan Vang was using it in his Agumon build.
Yeah.
But it is a double blocker. And it looks like Adrian went into a Salamon X, which is going to let him look at the top card, add it, and then if he chooses to, he can add it and then recover 1.
The Salamon X is an interesting ad, especially since you're running the purple eggs. Like you can really only Digivolve it on top of that, or you can only Digivolve on top of Salamons.
Mm-hmm. And then it looks like the Gatomon Digivolved into a BT11 Aandroidd, so that is that extra blocker ability now if you happen to Digivolve on top of it.
All right, and then using the Gatomon to look again top 3, finding a Salamon and a Ufani fall down. But
yeah, I wonder if, and this would be interesting, if Adrian's deck runs like a 1 copy of Iron Mako.
Yeah. Now, I could be wrong, and I might have missed this while was setting up the background stuff, but wasn't he supposed to recover off the Salamon X?
He was supposed to. I thought he did, but then he Digivolved into the Aandroidd, and the Aandroidd lets you look at your security and add 1 card. I think he forgot to add a card back after adding the Lady Debbie to hand.
I think that is correct. Because because it's a forced recovery there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a miss, unfortunately.
No blockers, so Megadramon is free to attack. 8,000 hits a...
I believe that's a Creepymon alt art.
Yes, it is.
All right, Ignite Mon going down to 1 security. All right, playing another Megadramon for a chunky 7 just passing.
I don't know what's happening with either players right now. These are a lot of memory plays here.
Yeah, and well, that does get rid of 2 cards on the board, though, so that is strong. Let me get that Megadramon out as well.
I was about to say,
I very rarely see it actually, use the
on-played.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I need to check this again too. It's been a bit. It's been a hot while since I've looked at some of these old EX1 cards because they're rarely ever played.
Yeah, it's like, what is my purpose? You give my Machinedramon security +1. Like that is
that is all you do.
All right, well, getting the Lady Devi into.
Is that what I think it is?
I think it is. Is that Kaustinen?
No, is that a Bogramon?
It is a Bogramon. All right. Sure, I wasn't doing anything anyways. I can just look up every card you guys play every time. It's probably no big deal.
So yeah, it was a Bogramon. It attacks, and yeah, that's interesting. I have not actually seen a Bogramon be used, but appropriately, it is very useful because it is a Demon Lord. So you can search for it off of cards like Iron Mako, and it has a pretty good effect too.
Yeah, and so also went into the fall down, and yeah, we didn't see it played, but we did see in our World Finals last month that the Mastemon that did got top 4, they did have Bagra in the deck, but we just never saw it played. and you're back to square one, but Machinedramon does have a lot more cards in the trash. I think it looks like there's 4 or 5 of the level 5s that you would need for Machinedramon. So it looks like attack of the heavy mobile Digimon.
Yes, sir. Now, keep in mind, the Ophanimon is actually active as a blocker right now. So even if you were to combine 5 components into a Machinedramon right now and try to attack Bagramon, for example, the Ophanimon can still actively block, and then the Gatomon can play itself to reveal the top 3 and add 2 more cards potentially.
Yeah. The loop mechanic is very, very good in this deck.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that Bagramon effect is also going to trigger as well.
It sure will be. So let me just go re out the whole card because I rarely see this played. So
I do too. That's why I was like, wait a minute, there's something more.
All turns, once per turn, when opponent's Digimon digivolves or effect places devolution cards underneath the Digimon's opponent's Digimon, which includes that. Trash by trashing one card in this Digimon's evolution cards, trash top card of your opponent's security stack. So you would be able to do that, right? If you decide to put cards underneath the Kaustinen.
Correct. Now, the only problem here is that do you de-digivolve the Ophanimon and then attack over the Bagra?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you de-digivolve the Bagra and attack into... Oh, I don't know. I don't think he has the Metal Greymon yet.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you're going to go into de-digivolve the Ophani because I just saw him slot a Metal Mamamon underneath. So you will be able to...
Yeah, so there's an analog man is actually a really good hit.
That was rough. But now you can attack safely over Bagramon, who is 13,000 DP, and then you can delete the Gatomon with Metal Meme.
Yeah.
What a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think you got everything right there. We have 9 whole memory to work with though as Mastemon, which is a good chunk. Even if this is simply just, Gatomon into like chaos degradation, you're in a good spot.
Mm-hmm. You can reclaim the Ophanimon here with the Lady Devi effect.
Mm-hmm. Which is and getting a Black Gato into the trash. It looks like deciding if they want to do it looks like the loop is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Going back up to 2 and having 1 memory left to work with right now. Now, are you large enough to trade with the Kaustinen?
Yes, because the Kaustinen is 12 and Ophani is also 12. Both have higher than normal Digivolution costs.
And you can go into Ophani a second time right here with only the 1 memory available to you with the Gatomon effect.
Correct. And recover again.
Yeah.
Yep. Adding what looked like a Black Gatomon and I think a Psychmon?
I think it was a Salamon again.
Oh, Salamon? Okay.
All right. Are you going to loop the Ophani? You'll get rid of another Black Gato for...
Do you get... Going into Masta for this play. So for 5... For 7 memory, you will gain a memory off the Lady Devi.
Yeah.
Which I don't think he procced it.
I do not believe so either. All right. Now looking through security after putting the chaos mode in there, being able to play it, the effect of the Mastemon triggers, but there's nothing to pop. But then the chaos lets you get the deletion there.
Did he draw? There's a level 3. There's Hagurumon. The problem is if you have another Kaustinen, you really want to de-digivolve the I don't know if you'd want to de-digivolve the entire stack, because the problem is Lucemon Chaos Mode is already your level 5 purple.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can find a level 5 yellow, oof.
All right, so get the Guardramon. 5 memory to work with.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting because both decks have like a lot of plays that just pass a lot of memory to the other player.
There's the OG, not OG, but the BT11 Machinedramon.
Yep.
Oh. Analog Man. And then trash the rest. What would be game ending here? Aandroidd maybe? Security check reveals Gardramon, not deleted. Oh, the chaos degradation.
Yeah, that's pretty big. So putting at the bottom, trashing the top card of security, and a Death X. Not that that gets a lot of value specifically in that matchup, but just having a 15k out of the security is quite nice.
Yes. Analog Man comes back down, and that's it for that turn.
Yeah, and probably this next turn as well. So yeah, Haguri, and then we know that it's Machinedramon there. So
yep,
we do have Adrian sneaking away with that first game. A lot of back and forth, but was able to capitalize there.
And it's interesting for this particular matchup. We saw a lot of memory being handed over to their opponents on each turn. You saw, 7 going over to Adrian, and then you saw 5 being passed back, and you were kind of like, that's a lot of resource to give to your opponent for both players.
Yeah, because both decks can really capitalize on a lot of that memory. I think that sounds a little self-evident for a lot of these decks, but there's some specific, like Mastemon specifically, Machinedramon, you have these chunky plays with the idea that they're balanced by the idea that you have to give your opponent a lot of memory to do them most of the time, right?
100%.
So by being able to do your big play and only give your opponent 1 or 2 memory to respond with, you're in a really good situation with a lot of these.
Especially with that chaos degrade for that last turn. From Adrian's perspective, he was kind of like, I just need to remove this Machinedramon threat and I'm good to go. And it just happens that he trashed the Death X, and it was like, oh, that would have been bad, like either way.
And we'll have to see what kind of adjustments need to happen for game number 2. In general, it looks like once, I don't know, Mastemon is a deck that can have some ways around kind of a setup Machinedramon, which is a little unfortunate for the matchup. But again, both decks can be a little bit slow, a little bit bricky, and it just depends on what they see.
I think for both players, the mulligan is very advantageous for both these decks for the fact that you can, return a hand that has no rookies or, a Gatomon, for example. But we saw last time that Jacob did not open up with a rookie. And, is that a problem, or is that kind of what you want to see? It's hard to, define what your expectation is for certain decks.
Yeah. All right, so we definitely saw Adrian have to do a mulligan, and I believe Jacob did a mulligan as well, right?
And that's why they're both setting up security at this point, because they don't really have a say in this hand.
Yeah, well, hopefully, we have like a month of, occasionally people, forgetting to set up the security just because of like the rules processing is different now. But
very.
Hopefully by the end of this month, that's just everyone's. I mean, in other Bandai card games, it's always get your starting hand and then set up your life or security or whatever it's called in your game. So it's reflexive for me, but
it's muscle memory, kind of retraining, your order. And so for players who haven't played in a while, I think they'll be able to get accommodated to it more quickly. For players who've been playing it constantly, like you and me as content creators, I know you juggle between, 5 different games, if not more. And I'm just on Digimon.
Yeah. No, it's every time I sit down, I have to like verbally say, like, go through the steps, like, all right, I draw 5 cards in my opening hand. I look at my opponent to make sure they're like, yep, that's right. I decide to like keep it. All right, cool. And then I put 5. Or if I don't decide to keep it, how do I mulligan? Like it's crazy. All right, so both players, I think, setting up a little bit better. You did have to play Black Gato instead of the regular Gato for Adrian, unfortunately. So Not a super great pick, but you were able to find. Is that a
Ordine
Ordine? All right.
Yes.
Going very tall with this deck.
Yes. It's typically a one of against, wider building boards. I think, it'd be really more powerful in like older formats, especially since Cross is now more of a we don't care if it gets deleted.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Security effect. Is he gonna pitch a Yep. There it goes.
Yeah. That is that's a really it's a really interesting card for a lot of reasons. Like, but that is a fantastic security effect. You trash one Digimon with Cyborg or Machine it straight to delete one of your opponent's Digimon with the play cost less than equal to the trash play. So like
Yes.
And that trash one, sometimes it's a hard cost, but most, when you can set up your trash with Analog Man on the board too, like I would say this is starting to be a lot more advantage here for a Machinedramon player.
100%. I think this deck gets even more advantage moving forward. Oh, that's not even a cyborg. That's a mutant.
Mm-hmm.
But that can let you play potentially a black tamer.
Yeah, so that's the unfortunately it's not like right because I don't know if it'd be too much crazy advantage for the deck if it was,
But moving forward into BT12, this deck does get some upgrades for the fact that you now have a 13 play cost target that you can discard or trash in the form of Kaustinen X. So it's a little better for removal against decks like Black War Greymon and even War Greymon.
Yeah, so there's the Mame Mom, yeah. I'll play one Digivolving Real top 5, play one Tamer with a cost of 4 or less without them, place the remaining at the top or bottom in any order. So just even like the fact that you get to reveal and then you can decide to draw afterwards. No, you don't get to do that. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. But just the fact that you get that knowledge of top 5 is strong.
Yeah. This Kaustinen might be the game ender here.
Yeah, it's completely set up. And meanwhile, we look at the other side of the opponent's board. It looks like he's already set up for game 3, right? Like no cards in raising in hand. You have like five cards in life, no cards on board. Like this is again just going away to Jacob just on the advantage side.
Like he needs Adrian right now needs a purple yellow source in play so that he can chaos degrade if he happens to have it in hand.
Yeah. So there's a Gatomon.
Oh no, that's it.
Do you have it? You sure do.
I was like, nope, he just needs.
Yeah.
Well, there goes.
That card came out last summer, right?
Chaos degradation.
Yeah. And I remember like when it came out, we're just like, it's neat, but man, it sure is expensive. And now we're just like, yeah, it's an automatic 3 or 4 of like.
Yeah. I also remember early on players were like, yeah, you only need one color, and then it was like, no, you need both, and it's like, oh yeah, you definitely need both.
Yeah. And just like, oh, the fact that you need both colors makes this unplayable. Like, no, not really. Like,
yeah.
Security control has warped itself to be yellow and purple specifically to play this card. Like, it is, it is that strong.
I mean, even players who were, saying that Hades Force is unplayable, and then, look what happened, and people were like, oh, this card's busted, and now it's like, okay.
Sorry, unplayable? I mean, it makes some matchups unplayable. Please.
No targets. But plenty of resources right now in the trash to utilize with Kaustinen or Machinedramon.
Yep, so Digivolving into the Machinedramon now, looking at the top 3. Sorry, top 5. And we do have a Machinedramon to hand, and then you could put it underneath, right? I can't remember
I believe you can put a level 5 or lower underneath it, but you'd for sure add a level 6.
Oh yeah, so it's add up to 1 card with Cyborg or Machine traced to your hand or placed underneath it. So instead of just deciding to put 1 under, you decide to do that, and looks like attacked into security into a Mastemon.
Yep, and now we're playing the big boy.
Now we're playing the EX1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reboot, blocker, delete a tamer, never mind. Delete a Digimon with play cost 7 or less, I believe. Metal Tyrannomon from BT11, which trashes top security when you delete a Digimon, and Metal Greymon from BT1 for that plus 3K, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's 3K. And is it? It's only your turn, right?
Yes.
It's not both
I'm
turns.
I'm double checking Metal Meme because I'm second guessing myself. It's 5 or less. Okay,
5 or
we
less.
good.
Okay.
We Gucci.
Yeah, it's only your turn for the Metal Gray as well.
Mm-hmm. Wait, where did these analog mans come from? I looked away for a second. Oh, I think he just played 2 analog mans from hand after he gained the memory.
Well, I think he played 1 because he already had 1 on the board, I believe, right?
No, he had to return it to the bottom of the deck when he played this one when the other Machinedramon got deleted.
I see. Okay.
So, yes, he had 2 analog mans in hand. How do you get... I mean, Chaos Degradation would have eliminated this other threat, but he is Adrian is now locked on purple.
Mm-hmm. All right, and now you do have the Ophani heal there too, but again, not looking super great.
I feel like at this point, Jacob is probably going to Chaosdramon and only really fear the Chaos Degrade.
Yeah. I mean, naming wise, that makes sense.
Yeah.
for Chaosdramon to be fearful of that.
Yeah. Attacks into an Aandroidd. Nothing of concern at this point. There is a Mechanoidmon blocker to choke the memory at 1. And then reboot. If only there was a way for you to utilize Metal Greymon X from BT11 with Machinedramon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's only applicable to really Greymons.
And
Ooh,
okay,
Death
X.
Exmon.
So yeah, the fact that you have those analog man makes it a little bit cheaper for you getting the Digivolve 1, but you do have security attack +2 on that Metal Gray.
Let's go! And you gave him enough memory to do it.
I mean,
Would
right?
you do it?
You gotta go for it, right? Why would you not? There's nothing scary in a Mastemon security, right?
Yeah, he's not gonna do it.
Nah, come on.
I would attack with at least 1 Hagurumon though, because they're both gonna get deleted. Well, you can only attack with 1, I should say.
Yeah, you can go for it. It's fine. It's solid.
So you could do potentially. Oh, is he doing what you said you were gonna do?
Come on.
Oh, but that was past turn.
That's fine. You passed for 1. All right, 3 whole checks. Let's see it. Oh, I'm ready. The only thing
First
is that
check. First check. Chaos Degrade.
Okay, you're good.
Ignite. Lives.
You're good.
Lives.
You're good.
Lives. Oh, brother.
See, no fear. None fear.
Then,
you should have swung with the Hagurumon though, because both would have been popped. But
yeah.
Other than that, that is what a that's the first time I've ever seen that card swing. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I was just like, is he really going to? Yeah, he's doing it.
Why would you not? What's the downside? 5 memory? Whatever.
Oh, not even. Is he? What? Is Adrian ignoring the Metal Gray now?
I think you just swing over it with Death X. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the fact that like if Ophanimon does get deleted, you get advantage from it. So.
Double Gazimon, meaning you cannot gain memory from any of your Machinedramon plays at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
I think Jacob's deck is also looking a little low here.
Mm-hmm.
There's our boy Doru.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing with like the EX1 Machinedramon is that it doesn't reduce the cost. You just gain memory back from putting the cards back under. So these Gazimon will effectively stop you from getting the reduction you would get from playing the card.
And one thing that he could do, what Jacob could do, is he could hard play a Megadramon that we saw previously, and he would just delete both Gazis. Which, let's see if that's what he does, because then that would clear them. Oh, no, looks like it's going to be a Nannymon. And Digivolve probably Ophani and then delete
Papagazi,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then it gets deleted in its own right because Death Exmon.
Yep.
But this does open the way for, if they don't have any blockers, for your Durumon to attack in, and then like attack the heavy mobile Digimon to go for game.
Yes.
So
That is possible.
It's not great though.
No.
There's a lot not going for you still.
Like Adrian's best optimal play here would be to Digivolve Gazi into Gatomon, and then if you have the memory to, you well, it has to be the starter deck one, but you basically DNA into Ophani.
All right, so just attacking through. Also, you have 5 memory open, so if there's a black Gato in hand, you also just straight up win.
Correct. Or you could be one of those tech players who hybrids.
No. So you're 1 off memory wise. Oh, but you get the memory back from the Ignitemon, and then you are good to go.
Nice.
Solid.
Lot of play.
All right, so Adrian takes it 2-0 against Machinedramon. All right, we got round number 3 for you guys. Shout out to our bottom player having the extended hand cam in the top left, living in the year 2020 X here with that technology.
For sure, and also playing on some stellar granite too.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the granite top bar. I don't know, like it
might be in the kitchen.
Yeah, interesting setup for sure. But we'll get these names for you guys. But it should be we're playing another Mastemon. I know we just did see one being played, but it's going to be Mastemon versus Ulforce, which is and this is table 1 as well. So I'm giving all the excuses to watch Mastemon again. I know it's I know it's biased of me, but I want to see
both players are undefeated, so we will see how this Mastemon fares. We've seen it previously against the Machinedramon match. Yeah. We've got the gold dice rolls, and then we've got the what looks like silver dice rolls.
Yeah, you know, both players are ready for this event.
And I think it's interesting. Both players have actually coordinated their sleeves to what they're kind of playing, and their mats too.
And their play mats, yeah, definitely. You know, for both players. So, but you see the Aandroidd and then we also see the you know, all the Royal Knights there for Javier.
I think Javier's like, no, I'm just ready for BT 13.
Yeah. I do have the spoilers for later. I do have a box of Japanese BT 13 literally sitting right next to me.
Yo,
there could be a box opening on my channel in the next couple of days. Who's to say?
You're going OCG route now?
You'll have to watch the video to find out. That's where we hook them.
Sponsored by now Japan's OCG Bandai.
Who's to say? Who's to say how I acquired this box? All right, and let me make sure I know when the timer starts.
Here they go. Checking on mulligans first. A snap throwback for I'm gonna be bad with player names for a little bit. Patrick immediately throwing it back, and also a throwback for Javier as well. Both players were not happy with their opening hand, so they are going to be winging it on the mulligan.
All right, yeah, and
statistically at this point, how many rookies do you run in your builds typically?
I'm getting greedy. I think like you can get away with 12 rookies now. It's, you know, with a standard deck, right? But I can go down to 12 and be, you know, upset at myself still for not drawing rookies, but also when you play Crossheart, you don't need them. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Like I've been playing Crossheart for a little bit, especially like I've been playing it since the BT10 nerf. And then obviously it got better at BT11, and now I think it's the most popular deck in the game. So it's kind of hard to be like the off meta champion with it nowadays, but I still do like the deck quite a lot.
Javier going quick with Wanya to BT11 Vmon to promo Veedramon 0.
Yeah, so definitely. Just gonna say definitely an Ulforce deck, and we do see that we get like a support card for Ulforce in BT12. Have you had any experience testing that at all, or your opinions on that?
Yeah, I've been looking into Japanese lists, and I've also been looking into the American list, and so far it seems that the Ulforce X's are utilizable, but they also splash more hybrid supports in there. Now, I haven't really tested the hybrid support as much for the fact that they run Strabimons in Japan for their metas, but they're also best of one, so it's really difficult to test in our North America ways where we utilize certain cards and they don't.
Yeah.
Interesting move. So we have looks like Patrick just played a Kari,
Jerry,
and then
Javier
played the Jerry, but no Leomon target, and then Patrick just played another Tamer to pass back to 2.
Yeah, so no rookies in opening hand, or are not feeling playing a Godamon if they do have it. So okay.
Ooh.
That's a nice little swing of value right there.
Security Mekumon coming in and taking some advantage here. Now, I believe, is there another effect for the Veedramon 0?
It depends on having cards in your trash, which you strictly don't. So you are not relevant right now.
So when attacking, if you have a blue Tamer, you may trash the top 3 cards of your deck to give this Digimon plus 2,000 DP for the turn. So
okay, so just decided to not do that, even though you had a blue Tamer.
Yeah. Attacks into an Arrow Veedramon from BT11, and then Flame House Scythe to bring it all back.
Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Flame House Scythe? It always seems like to be the card that allows like this deck to be a functioning deck, just the amount of value that you're allowed to swing with it.
I love Flamehouse Scythe. I think that it's a really good card, and it depends on the format. I think in our current format where Crossheart's very powerful, it can be used to delete a Digimon and then also bring back potentially a Digimon that says security attack -2 or a blocker.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't see Mastemon doing quite as good right now, and a lot of the deck that abuses it more, I think, is like yellow purple security control. But the ice wall there, going down to 2 mem.
But the Arrow Veedramon and the Raise is a very good setup play. Unfortunately, I don't know. Maybe Patrick's not finding the rookies.
Maybe they're playing actually security control, because like so far it's been.
Yeah, I agree. I thought this was Masta, but it's feeling right now more security control for sure.
Let me just sneak into
1. Oh my goodness! Almost a perfect 3 for 3.
All right, yeah, it's definitely should be Mastemon. Just double checking the. Unless he's playing like a 9,000 IQ security control deck.
Now this will return the Meikumon because I don't think he'd want to return the Magna Andromon.
No. Yeah, that seems like just more resources here. All right, yeah, so adding the Mako back to hand. And starting a setup with the Ulforce. And I will say, like, generically, Ulforce does have a weakness to good cards and security, which isn't as common as I think, like, compared to other formats, but...
Chaos Degrade.
Yeah, that is a good card. That could be in security, right?
Yeah. Let's see what it is.
Just Salamon. No worries there.
Yep.
And if my opponent can't find a rookie, you know that it has to be like 1 or 2 in that security. So.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. Attacks again. Suspends the Reina to trigger the 1 Digivolving effect, playing another Tamer.
Third one. Oh my gosh.
He's had so many Reinas.
All
another
right.
Mirai.
And 3 cards left in security. Get another attack if you want it. And why would you not? Do you have you don't have the 4th one, right?
I mean, we know there's a tie. There's a V-Tamer tie.
All right, Sword Joe.
Oh, that is nice. What
Okay.
is going on over here?
I play a tamer, you play a tamer. I play a tamer, you play a tamer.
Oh, a
Okay,
Gabu Bond?
Bond.
What?
Okay, hello.
That's actually a good tech. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people have been using the other one, but this does get 2 more swings
Yeah.
because of you definitely do have a tamer.
This is actually a neat tech. I have not seen this because I see more player right now doing Beelzemon, or not Beelzemon, Omnimon at
Mm-hmm.
Merciful mode because of the Beelzemons that are currently rampant.
Yeah.
Wow.
And hybrids for game. All right.
Yo!
7 minutes later, we got game 1 in the books.
That was impressive.
That's very, very strong.
I wonder what his opening hand was because he just seemed to have all the Rinas and the Gabubon, which makes me wonder, does he run mats too?
Yeah, I now that I'm seeing this, like, why shouldn't I run mats? I know the Vmons are like the card you need for the deck, but only you really don't need it for. Oh, there's a mat. Oh, did you just shuffle a card upside down into deck? He might have just done that.
It happens.
Yeah. Because I think the top card flipped over. I'll have to see. But I mean, yeah, you run the Sorajo or Sorajo and Sora Mat, it seems. So, but the Bond Mat would be okay if you play more Gabumons, which there is a Gabumon that can help you find tamers and such. But
Yes.
we'll have to decide and see. But yeah, it's already. I did have the same thought, like maybe I should be playing these cards.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Jerry and the Leomon package. I do think the Gabubon is a really good package though.
Yeah, I agree.
Fix the camera?
It's clipped on our camera, but if you'll see, like, the for Javier, he does have also like a face cam or like an actual hand cam top left, so you can see his entire hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a camera based over the top of his setup, and then also in front. Yeah,
It's a really interesting like perspective, and it's a little different, but it also I think it shows that he is playing as an honest player.
yeah, like that. It'd be very difficult one camera is hard enough, but 2 cameras like that is very tricky, especially when you openly opt to have another camera on the board. So.
Oh wow. So simply raising, I can't tell what that level 3 is. I think it's just a vanilla Vmon or maybe a Madoki Betamon and then Veedramon for 2. Ooh, Patrick's starting things a little stronger this time, especially with a Gatomon.
Can I rotate the top camera? No.
Vmon, no hits, revealing Gabubon, and I think a Madoki and a Vmon. So it's just, this will be a slower matchup. I think one problem with, mixing engines is that your Gabumon engine doesn't necessarily splash well with your Vmon engine. You might be able to add a blue tamer, but you'll miss out on the Gabubon ad if you happen to find it.
Yeah. Well, I will say, like, for usually like a deck that has such a specific line, the card, like, your rookie being Vmon doesn't really matter, right?
Oh, for sure.
The inheritable is really great for what you're doing. That's probably better than actually being named Vmon, but yeah, you don't really need, like, you don't really have a lot of searches that's only find Vmons or kind of help you in that way.
Luckily, having that promo Tai Kamiya V Tamer out does assist you with drawing if you have a Veedramon Digimon in play. But that Ophanimon is problem.
Yeah, that does gain a lot of value there too. And does it have, what's its inheritable? Is it security attack +1 or blocker?
Security attack +1 with the starter deck Aandroidd. And that purple, the purple also added the ability to delete the Vmon that was in play earlier.
Yeah. It's crazy how good a card Ophani is. Like, it's been essentially relevant since it came out.
Oh, for sure. And I think that people who've been teching Ian Mako in their Ophanimon decks have been more mean.
Yeah. I love that tech.
Yeah.
Very good.
For those who aren't aware, with Ian Mako, you can Digivolve, you draw for the Digivolution, and then using Ian Mako, since you Digivolved into a purple Digimon, you can now take one card from your hand and put it on top of your deck,
Yeah.
which you can essentially recover with Ophanimon. So you guarantee know what is in your security now.
Yeah, which they tend to restrict how consistent you can be with that, but that's the most consistent way we've had it. Mm-hmm. So the only other way you could do it, yeah, you wouldn't even be able to do it if you like pre-set the top card of your deck because you have to draw from Digivolving.
Correct. But I did find out you can use Wisemon in the upcoming BT12 set to place cards back on top once you've added something. Mm-hmm. You just need a yellow source underneath it. So you'd have to come off of like a Sukamon or a Chumon from BT11 in order to get that recovery and then recover. So you draw for the Digivolve, and then the second card you put back on top would be your guaranteed recover.
Yep.
And
still 5 life to 5.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was that one chip damage that was done earlier, I believe, and then there was one recovery.
Mm-hmm. So I think deciding to attack over there.
You outrace the opponent, but I do agree that you do want to get rid of the body. Otherwise, that could go up into an Ulforce, which would bounce your Digimon.
Yeah, but you have one in raising as it is, right? So you're not incredibly worried about it. But only passing 2 memory, I think, is the strongest part of this play. Yeah, so you can pass them back to 1, but you don't give them the opportunity for it.
Mm-hmm. Patrick is definitely playing a little slower. I think he feels a little bit more in control of this game this time. But there is that Aerovedramon in the raise on the opposite end that could be detrimental.
Yeah, agreed.
Security check. Suspend Jerry to draw 1 and reveals Rena.
Ooh, Rena is good.
Another Jerry. You got a Leo?
You sure do. Man, that is a whole lot of advantage you just gave your opponent there. That's crazy.
That's 4 tamers, so now you can bounce back a Digimon that is level 7.
Yeah, and the best way to get around Ophanimon is bouncing it to hand or deck or Digivolve, and an Ulforce would be able to answer that quite nicely.
Mm-hmm. Now the Mekumon can't attack, but I mean, being able to attack 2 security at a time is very beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially in a deck that normally doesn't have a lot of pressure otherwise. Being able to just kind of put your opponent on a clock. And again, if they deal with this Ophanimon, it just means that you get to restart your cycle. You get a lot of advantage from it getting deleted as well.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Mekumon is 4K as well, so they would trade essentially here in battle. But I think we're just going to chill.
Yeah, going to Aandroidd, looking through our security, just getting an idea of what we can expect consistency-wise there. Adding another one to hand, and looks like it's going to be the pass from there.
At 2 memory, no Digimon was suspended to unsuspend, so there won't be a memory gain yet with the Rena Shinamaya.
Yeah, and it is dependent on you having the Ulforce in hand, which is, again, the last piece you're potentially missing, but you get to activate main, look at the top 3. Ooh, you get a Davis. Ooh. All right. Take a tamer.
Do you have the Ulforce, though? Because you do have inheritable Vedramon underneath. I have to double check this. I think you have the Vmon and the Vedramon, so sorry, that's a Vedramon 0. So the inheritable Vmon underneath will gain you a memory when you play a tamer.
Yeah, so using the V Tamer tie to gain the plus 1000, Digivolving here, and then, yeah, you should be able to, one, you'll get a memory back for playing a Tamer because you get the unsuspension, which means that you get the Rena.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the Death X again.
There it goes.
Goodbye. And then the unsuspend. What do you return is the question. I feel like Ophanimon would be the better one, because your opponent could then just bring back the Salamon if you attack into it. For all we know, this also could be the last turn.
Yeah, I mean, no security attack +1 underneath this, so that's good for you there. But
Yes.
and we already see quite a few tamers already on the board, so you'd have to assume that they'd have to have a couple more left to do it. But
Triggering the Veedramon Zero's effect in order to return 3 cards to the bottom of the deck. Suspend the Rena to trigger the 1 Digivolving effect of Ulforce Veedramon to play another Rena.
Yeah. But they didn't use the bounce effect, as far as I know, right?
It is mandatory trigger.
And they got another Mako. Yeah, I'm not sure why that didn't happen.
Yeah, they should have bounced something already because it's not optional. It has to be done.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that didn't happen.
Going again. There's Sora and Joe.
All right, into a Sala.
But at this point, Patrick does present game for the next turn, unless this Ulforce is unsuspended at the end of turn.
All right, stripping 2 sources due to Sora Joe as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious. Maybe Sorai is in the hand?
Maybe?
Because that would strip the 3 sources under Aandroidd, and then none of his Digimon can attack.
Yeah, that would be an interesting tech. Again, it would have been way better if you just bounced, but whatever.
I mean, he missed the trigger,
yeah.
That's something that, you know. And then it unsuspends, and it can return a level 3 Digimon. There's no level 3 target. Oh, never mind. So yeah, that does have blocker, though.
Yes, it does have blocker.
And there is no longer game presented on board because the Ophanimon lost security attack +1.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, an Ophanimon here on top of Aandroidd would be able to gain you memory back because you recover 1.
With the card, yeah.
And then you could Ordine?
You could Ordine, yeah. Ordine would gain you a lot of advantage back.
Yeah, because you would DNA the 2 Ophanis together to create Ordine. Ordine's Digivolution would be free. You would delete all your opponent's Digimon, which is 2, and then you would recover 2. Ulforce would actually evade, so then you'd only recover 1.
All right. And is Jerry just whenever your opponent's Digimon attacks or into one of your Digimon?
When your opponent's Digimon attacks.
Okay.
In you. I think but that deleting the Leo would gain the memory, so that is a problem as well.
Yeah, you cannot do that.
Ulforce will not unsuspend on your opponent's turn. That's why Ulforce X is more beneficial. We surprisingly have only seen Flame Hellscythe. We haven't seen the Chaos Degrades.
We sure haven't. Yeah, that's a strong card in I think this matchup in general, especially if it's like the first or second hidden security, and we've not seen Patrick get real lucky with that at all.
We saw triple Mirai, which was a lot of memory, but it was also the same turn that he lost game 1. So it kind of stunk that he didn't get to utilize the extra memories and the Mirais themselves.
Yeah, he saw the cards in his security too earlier with the Aandroidd, so he knows that there's unless there's just one more chaos in that security, and he just got lucky with it. So
that's true. Man, if Patrick has a Death Exmon, that'd be also kind of funny.
Oh, Death X would be so free right now.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tamers in play. Unfortunately, your opponent will go up to, I think Patrick does have more than 8 cards in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so they start their next turn at
7?
7, yeah.
Oh, sorry. 9, because the Renas will trigger when Leomon is unsuspended.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
Oh.
Lady Dev here.
Oh.
Which you could discard a card to get a Mastemon. You can DNA in a Maste.
I do see a Chaos Degrade in hand at this point.
Yeah, I see it as well. All right, and is that Bagra? No, that's just another Lady Dev.
Oh, that Bagra tech from earlier was very interesting.
Yeah, and then just doing the straight up Chaos for 8.
Hmm.
And then you don't have Gato underneath one of those to DNA at the end of turn, right?
Correct. They're both Mekumons.
Yeah, that's too bad. Because if the Gato was underneath there, you could do that play and then go into Maste and clear the Leo as well.
Correct. And at this point, he will jump all the way up to 10 memory. I think if Javier has the hybrids, I think that would be it.
And we saw that game 1, yeah. And
there's the Gato.
Gato, yeah, and there's a hybrid.
There's the Kuma. Let's go, Bear!
Okay, here we are with round number 4 ahead of us. We do have a Beelzemon versus the Black or Gray.
You're getting it.
I'm getting there. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I just have to find like creatively like new ways to say it wrong, and then people are like, Eggman, he doesn't know the Lord of Hell.
Lord of Flies, excuse you.
Yeah, all right. Clearly, I don't know the Lord of Hell.
Did you never read the Lord of the Flies book?
No, my lore on demons is strictly based off Diablo. So.
Oh no, it was like mandatory like reading in high school.
Yeah. No, I did read it. It was like the first semester, and it was summer reading, which you can guess how much I did of that. So.
No, I agree. I was in the same boat.
It's hard to get pronunciation right when you have no verbal confirmation. On that.
Yeah. There are times where, when I'm writing scripts for my videos where I will literally research the pronunciation for Japanese names just to be like, okay, I don't want to get roasted for like saying this name wrong. So I'll Google it and then I will consult like 2 people who took Japanese as a language and be like, how do you pronounce this? Just to make sure.
Honestly, like Japanese is at least a little bit easier in the fact that like the actual names are like every character makes the same, at least like the base characters are the same sound every time, right? So there are some like exceptions to that, but it's pretty clear. Like English, when they translate the word into English to localize it, that's when the pronunciation can get a little wild.
Yes, because I know we had like Ruli Sukiono, but I know they called her Luli, or we have like Ranamon, and then it's Lanamon now. So
yeah. But here's our matchup here. We have Gaiman on the Beelzemon and also LP on MetalGaruruX, which with the matching playmat does make sense.
Goes into a Gabu X right off the bat. I think LP's camera is buffering. For me, it is.
Yeah, not too bad for me right now. If it gets worse, we'll see if we can do anything about it.
But plays Davis, reveals, I believe, double Garuru X, and then a cool boy adds the Garuru X. Yeah, because on my end, it looks like he's fast forwarding sometimes.
Yeah, well, as long as that's not too bad for this, because at least it doesn't flicker out, right?
Right. And then on the other end, we have. Oh man, how did you pronounce that name again?
I said Gaiman.
Gaiman? Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that. Gaiman opens up the best hand ever for an Itmon player. Having double Itmon is just great because you can go Digivolve into 1 and then play the BT2 one. But nothing else.
All right, pushing up the And it was just a Gabu X on top of there, but going into the promo Garurumon, and then going into the GaruruX. Nothing too crazy yet. I've seen this line like 100 times. And then going into the, all right, Sagittarius.
That's a really good counter for the Beelzemon deck, too.
Let me get this guy up on there. So it is a, what is it? This is treated as Wergaroo, so you can Wergaroo X on top of it next turn if you really want to.
Mm-hmm.
And you do get like some protection underneath it as well.
Ooh, playing with the Royal Beelzemon card.
Yeah. Additionally, yeah, you did get to bounce an Imon back to hand with it, right?
Mm-hmm. Keeping it doesn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, Rivals Barrage there. And again, you only get the delay effect off Rivals Barrage for the trashing, yeah. But yeah, being able to, like, it normally seems like a bad idea to give your, you know, like especially like a MetalGaruruX X so much memory. But when they have nothing in raising, they really can't kind of punish, you know, having 6 or 7 memory.
Mm-hmm. I think promoting out with Wergarurumon, I honestly feel like I wouldn't have promoted from LP's perspective because I don't want to lose my Digimon necessarily, and that Cool Boy search was rough. Where to next?
All right,
just hard plays. It's kind of moves like these where I question why players do it. So
this is here with putting the X antibody underneath it, you get an interesting play where you could go into the GaruruX.
He can't attack.
You can't
just
attack
played
with
it.
that. You just played the card. Yeah. Okay, cool. All
you
right.
gotta go into Wergaruru here.
Yeah. So you did go into there. We'll return the Witchmon back to hand. Correct. Yeah, because you just need to have the X antibody underneath it or the other one. So
correct. This is such a strange utilization of memory. Like, I get you don't want the Digimon to climb up, but it also feels really inefficient because you want to have multiple cards in your hand. And by hard playing cards, you don't get to add resources by Digimon.
Yeah, and it's just the trade-off. Like, I think this will be worse for my opponent than it is for me. So by being able to do that, you don't get the Beelzemon player isn't really set up, right? Like, there's not a lot of cards in trash. You have to start again from your own raising area, and you do lose a lot of tempo by not getting that stack on board.
But he is still getting items in the trash, so that's where I'm kind of like, oh, like, you got a blast mode right there that could delete potentially a Digimon, but I don't think he has enough cards. I think he's at like maybe 9.
Yeah, I don't even think he's even at 10 yet. So the Wergaroo is safe for now. And then playing the Ayumako. Looking top 4.
Interesting runs the old blast mode too.
Yeah, most people kind of transition that out or only have like a max of 1 copy of it. So it is a little bit of a tech at times, but we are looking top 4 for an evil wizard or demon lord Digimon from us. And do you end up seeing what they end up getting?
I think they added a Impmon.
Gotcha. All right, so blue mem boost. Look at top 4 there as well.
I think you would grab the. Well, I probably would grab Gabu X or the Guru, not the Melga, because you don't even have enough cards to utilize the effect, because essentially when you played the Garurumon X earlier, and then you X antibody, that was a -2 from your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like all three of those cards, I think had some value, right? You could go into a level 6 this turn if you wanted to. You could hold on to the X and take, you move up the Gabu and raising, and then also just a level 2 or level 4 to Digivolve on top of for 2 on the Gabu if you want that too.
Attacks under security. Do you use the X effect is the question.
Looks like you do. So you get the Digivolve there, the restand.
Come on, rivals.
All right, and there is the Wizardmon, which you'd want on top of your deck, not on top of your security, and passing with 4.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 cards in trash, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, definitely no more than 10, right? Like you can maybe get the 1 extra bump with 10, but no more than that.
And because Melga X is equipped with the X antibody, its X antibody effect will trigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it does have blocker right now, which means that if you block, then you can get a restand at the start of your next turn too. It's really interesting how clunky that effect from the MetalGarurumon X is, right? Like it's really hard to consistently get that effect off, right?
Mm-hmm. Digivolves suspends Iron Mako to gain 1 memory and put a card on top. So this is where you can utilize an interesting effect. Oh, I just realized Gaiman is left-handed.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, because there's no mirroring in the camera.
Yo, he's going to trash potentially up to 6 cards here.
That is insane. So that no worry there. And I think there's 1 Wizardmon to gain a memory back, and then the next 3 as well.
1 Bal, Deathslinger gain a memory. Okay,
gain memory. All right, so you just reduce the devolution by 1. You put now have 20 cards in your trash. You gained 3 memory for doing it as well. That is a really good position, and there's no protection for that MetalGaru on the other side.
Correct. It doesn't have protection from battle, but it doesn't even have a protection from deletion effects. So at this point, I believe his trash is at 20 cards. So you could almost Deathslinger here.
Yeah.
To just remove it.
All right, going into the Bal.
When Digivolving, trash the top 3 cards. This is a little more RNG based. Ooh, you can play an Impmon for free. He also runs the BT10 Beelzemon, which lets him delete multiple level 4s if he needs to. It's also interesting that the Balmon from BT10 is Bagra Army trait, but the Beelzemon is Crossheart trait.
Yeah, I clearly I don't know the lore as well as you do, but there's a lot of interesting decisions on which version of which cards of the same name get which traits.
Mm-hmm.
All right, attacking with Balmon, and again, it does have the on deletion ready and available for him. So, not wanting to take the block with the MetalGaru and just hitting against, I believe that's a Garurumon.
Yes, BT5 Garurumon. It's only 5k though, so it survives.
Yeah.
But then down comes a Deathslinger to remove the MetalGarurumon X, and then that puts our Melga X player to 3 memory.
Yeah, and I think you could reduce it by more if you want from this memory boost. With the Davis set, it's always going to be 3 mem.
Mm-hmm. There's the Gabu X. That's almost good. It's only going to add 1 card, unfortunately. It's not like BT5 Gabumon and lets you add an Omni and a Garurumon.
Mm-hmm. Also, we always talk about people with creative setups. Shouts to LP because it looks like it's a mat on top of cardboard to make it work. And again, there's a lot of players who just have to do jump through some hoops just to be able to play in these tournaments in a lot of ways, and no exception for him here.
Mm-hmm. This could be the end right here.
Yeah, there is potential for a lot of damage to be coming down.
We know there's 3 Death Slingers that are out of rotation right now, and 1 Rivals Barrage that's out of rotation. So it is possible there could be another Death Slinger. There could be 2 more Rivals Barrage.
Nope.
Well,
two Wizards on top of that security so far.
We now know where the Wizards were. This could be a board clear, because you can go into WGX to return the Impmon back to hand, and then the MetalGaruruX could return the Beelzemon. But
now the benefit here is that there was not an X antibody, so you don't get to get the extra 2 damage here, essentially, which is strong for Gaiman here in Beals.
He could have attacked and then done it, but I think he's erring on the side of caution here.
Yeah, I would as well. So this is 2 checks.
Whoa. Where's my commentator from like 2 rounds ago who was like, that Metal Greymon's got to go in?
Not against this deck where you just hit a Rivals Barrage. So
yeah.
I understand how these deck work. I mean, especially... Here's the thing: when we mill so much of your deck, and you've only seen 1 barrage, you can feel somewhat confident that there's probably at least 1 in that security.
Oh, I agree. Have you built a Beelzemon deck yet?
I have.
Do you like Rivals at 3 or 4?
4. Just gotta.
Bro.
I know it's a lot, but you gotta.
Oh no, I agree with you. I was saying, bro, in response to the Metal Storm that just came down, because Metal Storm is basically a Cocytus Breath, but there was no Garurumon to attack with, so it was kind of a you got rid of mine, I'm getting rid of yours.
All right, so both players essentially just starting with what, 2 Tamers and rookies again.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Except we knew that Gaiman had the Impmon that was bounced back earlier, so he has a slight advantage in my mind.
Yep, and you do have, I believe, 6 memory to work with too, so quite a bit to restart your own board advantage, and not so much for LP.
Not 6 memory, I would say 9 memory, because you're gonna try to put him at exactly 3.
Yeah.
So we know that there is a BT3 Impmon or BT2 Impmon from earlier, so that could also come down.
Yeah, and decide to go into Wizard. I also would not be upset with just playing 4 Impmons and playing out 3 and if you have them.
Like, what does your opponent do in that situation? Because unless they have a way to out the all 4 of them, with 3 memory, then it's a little rough.
Yep. So going into the Beelzemon, getting the reduction and putting a card on top of deck, and then getting the mill. So playing that's the blast mode, correct?
I believe so. But blast modes don't do anything unless your opponent has Digimon in play.
No, sorry. This is the EX2. This is the old EX2.
Beelzemon?
Yeah. So you do get to play an Impmon for free. Man, it's crazy how much these cards skyrocketed in price. Even we knew these cards were coming out, right? And then just immediately it's just okay, it's confirmed that it's still good. All right, we need these cards again.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with BT13 and BT14, because we know archetypes that are coming out there. Even EX4, we know Shine Greymon's going to do well too.
All right, 3 memory here for MetalGaruru.
Suno goes into starter deck Gabumon from the Ulforce starter deck. And he does run the Sorai.
Yeah, and he is having to dig with the BT5 Gabumon as well. Not a lot of cards left in his deck either. It has quite a few left in hand. GabuX.
I think that's the MetalGarurumon from before.
I am I tend to agree with you. That might well be because we have not many cards left in that deck.
Like I think we've looped all the way around now.
All right, and yeah, one memory to work with. I don't know if you want to climb that stack or the one back. Probably the one back if you have it available to you, because you can just digi for 2 if you have it.
Thinking real hard here.
Yeah, really, really just want to see. Okay, it is the Sorai.
Now, in some ways, this will stop everything else on board, but I feel like this Impmon that's about to be promoted out can easily circumvent it, because you can Digivolve into a Beelzemon from your trash.
Yeah, but you really only just need to buy one more turn, because most of these Beelzemon decks are more aggro than defense, and so you don't. I mean, the Rivals Barrage and Security was pretty clutch, but it's going to be pretty hard to depend on a second one to save you from, again, potentially a full stack in the back.
I think Gaiman can win this turn, though.
4 security, and Sorai only stops if you Digivolve on top of stuff. You get 2 attack, right?
Yeah. Well, so my thought process right now is the Impmon Digivolves. It warps into the new starter deck Beelzemon for 3 memory. I think he has at least 30 cards in trash, which means that he'll gain 3 memory back.
I see.
And by doing that, if he I don't know how many blast modes he runs. So if he runs one of the newer ones, he can unsuspend and attack for 2 more security for 1 memory. And then it's a simple Digivolve up off Impmon into Witchmon, and then you just attack there for game.
We'll have to see what they do get. And let me bring up that. I'm searching for this the starter deck one to show on screen, because I think that is pretty solid for a route for you there, and it does depend on how many cards are in that trash.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't be too surprised. We definitely have 20 if 30 are there though right now.
I think he's trying to figure out which Beelzemon he wants to go into. The newest one will give you security attack +1, which will be very advantageous to take out 2 security, and then if you are able to unsuspend, that +1 security does carry over.
Yeah.
But Beelzemon players are going to eat well in the next week, because
I mean, you get a whole new like X antibody line of everything. You get like your top end. You have that deck goes crazy.
So going into the EX2 Beelzemon, this Digimon, when Digivolving into, trash it. You may trash the top 2 cards. It's not a mandatory effect. But afterwards, you can delete a Digimon that's level 3 and add 1 to it for every 10 cards in your trash. So
being able to get rid of that pretty easily. All right, and hitting into a MetalGaruru, which
X.
Are you big enough for that?
Yeah,
no. Okay,
you should be deleted.
Yeah.
Does he have the starter deck Beelzemon there? Because I think right now LP is missing a level 4 to climb into.
Mm-hmm. All right, just playing another imp on there. But you have like 5 cards left in deck, right?
Yeah.
If that,
I would not have
3, honestly.
I wouldn't have played the Impmon, because if your opponent can out that Impmon and delete it, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, you just lose on the spot.
But because you are playing against blue is more likely to bounce and return stuff to your hand or deck. So in some ways, it's not bad.
If you drop a Death X, you win though. So like that's cool.
Oh right, we did see him run 1 earlier, right, when he was searching.
We definitely saw it in a WereGaru deck. I felt like today, so it might have been this one. I don't know. You can always just put one in any of your decks. You're never
right.
You're never really feeling bad about it.
Can you imagine if Death Exmon had the X antibody trait?
No, do not. Don't want those thoughts in here.
So the Gabumon comes out. Oh, he Ice Walls and goes into. So he played Cool Boy, Ice Wall, and then went into Garurumon X.
Yeah. All right, and so 2 memory there. Having to draw a card for turn.
So not enough to end the game. Actually, that is enough to end the game because you pop the delay.
Okay, so they pop the delay.
You go to 4.
Yeah.
So you can attack twice. Oh wait, never mind. You still need a.
Yeah. Okay.
I misread the die.
I was staring at the screen. I'm like, surely there's something, and I just couldn't see the play immediately. But you do get the there, and then probably swing with the bow because if it lives,
yeah,
it just you have game again on board.
Yeah.
So you lose 2. Yep. And you it's just a Garuru.
So yeah.
All right. So again, you have game on board now.
Still waiting for that Death X drop.
Yeah, Death X would win you the game because it would delete the Impmon, and then that would mean that you'd have to mill the top 3 cards of your deck.
Yep.
And I think that's honestly like when we saw the deck previously, it normally would kind of gas itself out like that, where you wouldn't get the you wouldn't get as much strength as you need before you run out of cards in deck. But I think it's fairly balanced for the deck right now, and having that like quote unquote hidden cost that you can't play into the late game. You only have so many turns. It's means that this deck is it is an interesting balance from that side.
Another Sorai. I mean, is there a Death X? I could have sworn there was one.
Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. So, just tag with Bowmon. Security could come in. We did see some interesting option cards already in this deck. So,
1 security left. Security check was
Garuru. Security check was a Cool Boy.
Cool Boy.
And you're able to take it with Impmon. We do have our first game winner here with Gaiman on the Beelzy, and we're going to be going to game number 2.
Crazy. I don't know. In this situation, do you think that you'd focus more on preventing your opponent from climbing conventionally, or do you think you would sacrifice your strategy to slow your opponent down?
I think with MetalGaru, I mean, it was all honestly, it was make or break on having that Rivals Barrage in the security, right? That's more or less what won the game for Gaiman. At least gave him enough resources, enough time to be able to push for the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're in a spot where you have to kind of see how if you're able to kind of do that. I don't know, like if you give too much time to WereGaru, they're going to find the perfect stack. They're going to be able to go off and just do a lot of damage, right?
Exactly. So that's where I felt that LP was sacrificing his consistency to stop Gaiman from, getting his pieces. And I felt that, in that kind of a game state, would you rather just try to outrace your opponent, or do you think, stopping and slowing them down at your expense is better?
I don't think that the MetalGaruruX has enough defensive cards in the deck outright to really consistently play and get rewarded for that play style. I think you just kind of have to keep going and just hope that you don't lose your next chain.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to see what their decision is as well.
Okay.
All right, and just doing the deck cutting as well. We'll have to see what LP decides he wants to do, going first or second.
I think LP mulliganed.
I believe that is correct, and I believe that both players here are on that mulligan. All right, both players doing their mulligan here, going down to seeing what the hand they're forced to take here, and again, interesting to see if who LP wants to go first. I think he'd want his opponent to go first, and we'll see if that's the case.
I think you'd want as LP. I think you'd want to go first.
Okay.
Because you push first, you would promote first and be able to attack.
Yeah.
I think from like a Grandis perspective, if you were playing Grandis, you'd want to go second because you would promote second, and then you have advantage more so when your opponent has Digimon on field.
Yeah, and it looks like agreeing with you there. Deciding to go first, raising the Sunomon and Digivolving into a BT5 Gabu.
Mm-hmm. Thinking, is he going to go Davis or Cool Boy? No,
just hard playing the Gabu there.
Opts not to get the promo where Garurumon, so telegraphing some information that we already have it in hand.
Yeah, and this is game 2. We did have Gaiman with Beelzemon. I'm gonna just say it every dang way I can. For
five different ways later.
Yeah. Yeah, he did take game 1, so we got 20 minutes for game numbers 2 and potentially 3.
So Gaiman goes EX2 Impmon in the raise, and then plays Iron Mach from the starter deck, revealing what looks like an Impmon, and also Blast Mode, BT10 Beelzemon, and also the card he's adding to his hand. I believe it's a Balmon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a Balmon.
It looked like there was text written on his Impmon. I wonder if he got it like signed by the voice actor.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
And there it is. BT2 Impmon comes down. No, it's not signed. I think it was just the way it looks.
It might be like it could be cup stamped, right? Or am I thinking different?
Well, it's the right hand side that I'm not sure of.
All right, hitting into a Witchmon, which did get the deletion on the Gabu X.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually curious. I'm gonna go check that real quick.
And then Blue Mem Boost, I believe, getting a WereGaruruX.
You're catching those. I can't see that because.
Yeah, well, he goes right on into it, passing 2, and again, looking like he's just not finding the line that he really wants for this deck, which is quite rough.
You typically want to go first into your promo Garurumon because then you find, the extra draws you need and draw into them, and then you can, unsuspend at the same time.
Yeah, so attacking with Impmon into security. All right, getting the Garurumon there. Deletion. There's the winner, and essentially just getting it back with the blast mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like there's something on the right-hand side that's different from like the normal version, but I can't tell what it is.
Well, I believe. Wait, maybe his setup is backwards. Yeah, I think it is actually, because
oh, it's inverted.
It's inverted. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that now. Because all the text is on the right side.
Yeah, because top left is where the memory cost is.
Yeah, I was so confused for a second. Digivolves into the Balmon for 3 memory to 0. 1. Start deck 14. Balmon, and I think that is another BT10 Beelzemon.
Yeah, I think they get another Impmon if they have one in trash, which I don't think they did.
No. I think that Beelzemon was the BT10 one.
Gotcha.
There's so many copies of cards these days.
There's so many. Yeah, and especially in less than amazing lighting, and they're all like dark and purple.
You can tell which archetypes Bandai actually favors.
All right, so you get another Rivals Barrage there off the delay effect of trashing at the top of your deck.
Ooh. Security check. Gabu X. No way to keep it to 1 memory, though.
All right.
Unless,
Oh, okay. The not secret rare.
yes, the very expensive variant. One, two. There's the EX2 Beelza, and then there is a Deathslinger. So he'll be gaining at minimum, I think, 2 memory back. He might be still at 0, to be honest.
I think he is. Yeah, so definitely a lot more advantage being found here for Beelzemon. A lot of the advantage that you'd expect for it, you know.
I don't think he anticipated that Deathslinger, though, so he might be 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, no. He might be able to get 1 memory back from that, and then the Deathslinger will gain another one? Or no, it was just 2.
Yeah, but only passing 2 to your opponent's pretty good. They do have a blue mem boost over there, so that will help them continue their plays. But being able to be aggressive while building a board is one of the, I think, key points for how Beelzemon is looking right now. And the next set is just going to even be more of that. So deciding to raise the WereGaruruX, going into, or sorry, the GaruruX into the WereGaru.
Now, it should be noted that this WereGarurumon will not unsuspend because there is no Garurumon in the Digivolution sources.
Correct. You need to have specifically that, not something with Garurumon in its name.
A bit unfortunate, but...
yeah.
And then just go straight into the WereGaruruX.
Yeah, if they wanted to, they could have attacked with the, as we kind of said, like last turn or last game, attack with it and then play that to get the restand and attack again, but opting to not do that. And do you have? I don't think you have any protection.
He not until he digivolves into level 6, and again, it'll only be for battle. So
yeah.
If you, we've seen 2 Rivals Barrage, we've seen probably 1 Deathslinger, like.
There's Sorai, which will get the stun off the Beal, so that is strong.
Well, everything. The Antmon can't attack either.
Yeah, unless you digivolve on top. And 15 minutes left in this round. So if LP wants a way to win this, he's going to have to close out this game 2 pretty quickly.
Oh no!
Oh, there is the blast mode.
That's going to delete the WereGarurumon X.
All right, there it is. Yeah, so you're able to delete the highest level, which is when you only have 1 level, pretty easy. And then for every 10 cards, this gains Secure Attack +1. So I think we have at least 2 cards in that security, yeah, or in that trash, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that cool boy hit was a whiff. It revealed Gabu, Garuru, and WereGaruru, so no X antibody Digimon.
And you only got 1 left, and you probably not surviving this next attack.
Yeah. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cards in trash. No 20 cards yet. I'd probably attack with the BT2 Impmon first to try to get 3 more cards in trash, because then you can warp Digivolve.
Again, you just have so much advantage in tempo here for Gaiman, so it's going to be hard for the Garurumon to get anything back here.
The Ice Wall delay, okay. And then another cool boy hitting Blue Mem Boost, Davis, and I didn't see what the last card was.
Yeah, well, Ice Wall will help a little bit, but not I don't know. It's delaying it, but I'm not sure if the amount of time and memory you're gonna get back is gonna really be worth it, especially without having a Goblimon and raising.
Yeah, because there's nothing in raise. That's the hard part. So attacking for 2 checks here, losing 2 memory with Ice Wall, and then reveals BWGX and Gabumon.
And do you not have enough cards in trash for a second check? I guess you need a 20 to potentially win right here, right?
Correct. He's at 17, I believe.
Yeah, and making the decision to not bring out the Hitmon there just to help guarantee, but there another Rival's Barrage.
Ooh, and then choking him at 1 memory.
Seems pretty good.
Planned, right?
Always very planned. The plan is I wanted to win, and that needed to be on top of my deck for me to win. So that was the plan.
Yeah, I think that's the scoop right there.
That sure is. So we do have Gaiman with Beals continuing his undefeated streak with it being 4-0 right now. All right, we have table number 10 for you guys here going into round 5. Again, going into this round, I think we only had 24 undefeated, so really getting down into it. We do have, let me make sure we get the names right. So we have Adrian on the top one here. And he is playing Merva?
Yes, Merva.
And versus Min on the bottom here, and they are playing Black War Greymon X.
And it looks like both players are happy with their hands, so they are setting up their securities and they are ready to go.
Yeah.
I think this is the first match we've seen where game 1 they actually looked at their hand, they're like, yeah, I'm good. And then they just set up security.
It. We're solid.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, that is there. And let me get the timer set up as well. We're starting right at 35 after, which is in 5 seconds.
So we do have 24 undefeateds.
Yeah, 24 undefeateds. Majority of them, I think, are still in the group of Melga, Black War Grey X, and Crossheart. A lot of those. And most of the Crosshearts I've been seeing that are undefeated are still the Merva variant of it.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
But after this round, when we have 12 or less undefeateds, that we'll make sure to get a better idea of what the top cut looks like.
So Adrian is starting off by going to Demimeramon, then into a BT2 Gabumon for the draw 2 trash 1, and then into a Dark Lizardmon for 2 memory. This is the standard typical of a Mervamon deck profile.
For sure.
On the other end, we have Min, who digivolves into the promo Agumon, and then Pard plays BT5 Agumon to add a Greymon X to hand.
Mm-hmm. All right, so attacking with the Dark Lizardmon is hitting into an Agu X, so it does get the no deletion there.
Jamming.
For anything, and no Digimon off the analog. That's really rough.
Oh, disgusting. What was that? Pandemic Flare?
Yeah, another analog and something else.
I think it was Pandemic.
It was
Pandemonium. Pandemonium Flare.
It might have been like a Darkness Claw as the third card. I can't recall offhand.
Yeah. Or I thought it was a Jack Raid.
Oh, it might have been Jack Raid. Yeah.
Yeah. Agu just goes in. Cool boy. Here we go. Agu X. That's a pretty good hit too, though.
That's super solid. So you get to use that on top of the Agumon. You get the more cycle on the next turn if it gets there, and even the one in raising gets that. So knock it on the door a second time. Another.
Jamming.
That is so crazy.
Give me the Gaio. I think the Gaio is going to be really good for the upcoming... Because you can de-digivolve and remove it. Oh, going into werewolf mode.
Yep, and probably not just seeing the regular version of it, so just conceding that. All right, Dark Lizardmon is not getting deleted. Fine, we'll have to go up per chain.
Mm-hmm. I think the read is if he's going to go into a Gaiomon, it'll de-digivolve mandatory. So he's banking on the mandatory de-digivolve, and then he'll be able to draw basically 2 trash 1 and draw 2 trash 1 again.
Yeah, but then if it goes in, MetalGaruruX is in the chain as well, which will get the first Digivolve and then the second one. So likely not getting the cycle you really want from this still.
2 hits. That's another like good hit there with the Agu X, because he Digivolved first, Digivolve draw for the cool boys, and then used Agumon X's effect to last.
Yeah, just looking way better for our player here for just the amount of advantage they get.
And then started at Greymon for 2 memory. We knew there was a Greymon X in hand. No additional memory at this time, but we can't all find that 1 copy of BT11 Greymon X.
I mean, he's pretty much found everything else, right? So I'm not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too at a loss for that.
The de-digivolve here for... So if he does have the BT8 Metal Greymon, he de-digivolves. Does not delete it because it is 4,000 DP, so that means that will be another chip damage next turn.
You could also be running that tech copy of 1%, 60%, which you could do. I don't know if that's a great play right here, but is an option that I've been seeing a couple people starting to use.
It's very popular, especially with the Black War Greymon decks, from what I've seen. And there is the de-digivolve right there. Draw. And back over to...
Dark Lizardmon will be able to strike again. So he goes 3 for 3.
I'm going to go with Yuya or Taikamiya, just based on the fact that that sleeve looks a little warped, and foils tend to be there.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that card... I mean, look at the deck. Most cards seem warped, but we'll see. It hits into a... it is the single Greymon X. All right, you will not be finding that for the rest of the game.
It is the foil version too, so... And then Nidhogg.
All right, and getting the discard of also the Chaos mode, and then also another Dark Lizardmon. So getting quite a few copies of cards there. You could just hard slam a Mervamon right now and get some value off of it.
If you do that, you'd want to do Merva under Merva in case you get de-digivolved off of Gaio.
Instead, just going into Cerberus and raising here. So you do have 1 memory on your opponent's side and nothing to really interact with it besides the analog. If they go into the OG Black War Gray X. Or OG Black War Gray.
We know Min does have that Metal Gray X, so... That could be plus 2 memory off of that. Would you Gaio? Here's the question. I mean, the Tamer... If you Gaio here, you put them to 3 memory, which does give them enough memory to start the sequence chain of Mervamon, Minervamon. Ooh. Wait. It better be Black War Gray X, because if he goes into Gaio, I'm going to be really confused.
It is Black War Gray X, yeah.
Okay. I've seen players do that before where they put the X antibody under and then they Digivolve into Gaiomon, and I'm like, but why? You
already have the Blitz, right?
Yeah.
All right, so hits into... I believe that's a Minerva. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep, it's the Alt Art Minervamon.
Cool. So you do, unfortunately, you want the Merva in trash and the Minerva in hand. And what, you will get the trash... Yeah, you get the trash at the start of turn. Okay, for the Ignitemon 2. Ignite can do stuff.
But putting him to 3 memory is where you can be a little risky, because now you can... you can Digievolve into the Minerva, and then what is it called? The option card. Revive from the Darkness, I think.
Yeah, and you can also, with Cerberus in the trash and the one here, you can, get a big chain of memory if needed to. Because gain 9 memory is a heck of a...
Seems fair, right?
A heck of a phrase, yeah.
Redirect? No redirect.
No redirect. All right. X antibody.
X antibody.
Okay.
Ooh. Do you have the option? Because that would be a draw 2, trash 1.
All right. Just deciding on using the calling.
Yep.
So you get to get some cards back, and then you finally get the cycle you kind of want. Getting Nidhogg back to hand is very strong because it can extend this play itself. It makes calling for darkness free, which is silly.
And Analog Man's gonna make it free too.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's calling for darkness is a really interesting card because it's not really a card you'd run it for, anyways. It was broken if you ran 2 or 3 copies of it, but
right.
I mean, limiting it to 1 is fine. I think this is one of the few cards it's fine to be limited to 1 because it's just the strength of the card and how it works.
I still thought it was interesting that even though most players were running Calling from the Darkness at 1, then they got limited to 1, and I'm like, okay.
Cool, yeah. Dang, let me unsleeve and resleeve the card real quick. All right. So just a lot of on deletions happening. You finish the on deletion there. You get the memory back from the Nidhogg. You get the memory back from the analog. You get to hatch an egg, which is quite nice. You get a deletion of a Gazimon. You get to draw 2. Drew 2, discard 1 from Gabu, and then draw 1, discard 1 from there. You do get the Eismon, another limited to 1 card. Crazy.
That one I understand.
Yeah.
The fact that you could potentially have a 13k Shade Eismon.
I think there's about 16 cards in trash. I don't think there's quite 20 yet.
No, he's not at 20 yet.
So Zackery would not. They only get you the 1 mem.
Gabu further there.
Min just staring at across the table, being like, all right, cool.
I mean,
shuffling around 20 cards or so.
He probably plays other games where he's like, I'm used to this.
Yeah.
Where do you go from here, though? He doesn't run Genkakumo Promote, so...
Yeah, Zackery for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Only 1. I think it's the 19th or 20th card with
so
that
close.
Zackery, yeah.
To be fair, his analog youth could have been a lot better when he played it, but...
Yeah, it could have been way better.
Yeah.
All right, another
2
one.
Zackery.
All right, finally got to 20. All right, we got 6 memory now. The best way to get your Zackery to get to 20 cards is use another Zackery first. And then the second one gets 2 memory.
Do you do it here, though? Because is he going to go into a Cerberusmon Werewolf mode or a Cerberusmon and then...
All right, so he's going to go into Merva. This cost 8.
Yes.
Then you get to, with Ignitemon, you get something back. I think
it's actually not bad to do it this. Oh, he's actually going to cross Merva with Merva.
In case there's a D-Digivolve.
But I don't see how that's possible, though.
Death X, I suppose. Which.
Oh, that's fair.
But I don't see a lot of Black or Gray players playing that. I don't think that needs that tech most of the time. Most decks run in 1 or 2, but we don't for there.
Because in this situation, I see it that if he did have a way to Digivolve, I know he has the Guilemon, but the problem is he's already gone into Black War Greymon X, which means he can't climb off of that into a Guilemon.
Correct.
Even promoting up at 1 memory, if he has an Agumon X, he could go there, gain 2 memory, goes to 3. Greymon for 1. But we already saw the Greymon X go to trash, so he doesn't have that as an option either. So realistically, I thought it was safe to just cross that way and put him to 1, but
well, maybe, you know, there is the potential that you go into the D-Digivolve off the Agu, so I think that's fair. I think the extra memory is not worth it, so I understand that. A bit of an interesting choice, though, because that turns off having another play of it next turn if needed as well. All right, so again, gain the 2 memory.
Oh, there's the Metal Greymon.
Right, smart guy.
And hey, you called it that time.
All right, Greymon for 1.
And that's what I was talking about earlier too. I mean, the problem is you just can't keep turn is the problem. So
yeah, and you can't even attack with your Black War Gray X because then it will get both these Dark Lizardmons are retaliation blockers, which really stink.
Yes, but the Black War Greymon X does have protection.
Yes, it has. I think 2 sets of it. So
3.
3.
Agu X,
yeah.
and then the Metal Gray X, and then you use the Greymon X as your last.
For sure. And you only have, 1 life left for Min as well, right?
Both players are at 1 security, correct?
Yeah, and so being able to attack 5 times next turn is honestly probably enough to push for a game.
Yes. The Black War Gray X can redirect once, but there's no other defensive mechanism here. So by digivolving the Mervamon to Mervamon, it doesn't change anything. I think what you need to do here is, I think you attack into the Mervamon with Black War Gray X, force a block, and then use 1.
Yeah, I don't know because it's only able to redirect the highest DP, so
Yeah,
you can just attack with the weenies and still be fine.
correct. Because Mervamon is the highest DP. Yeah, so because he didn't use the Ignitemon, he was at 2 memory instead of 1.
Yeah, because he used another Merva instead.
Yeah.
And it's a once per turn as well.
Yeah. Isn't it also all turns?
I think it is all turns. Let's get that boy up there. Ignite is all turns.
Man, I love that card.
It's a favorite of mine too, and I don't really know the lore of why it has cross hearts, especially because it has the Montemons. Like you'd think it'd be like a Twilight or something.
So originally, I think what happened was Ignitemon is like Mervamon's younger brother in the show, the English dub, and they were trying to the Cross Heart team were the ones who like freed him and saved him. It's been a long time since I've watched that show.
Yeah. All right. So Hades Force is the play though. So you get the attack here, which I think you let go anyways because because it has to force a attack of a player, right?
Yeah. But imagine if that Hades Force was used with the new Raid War Greymon in BT12.
Oh, ideas. Crazy. Who's been sneaking peeks at the next set? Oh, that is probably the game here. All right, so let me get that card up. So that is essentially it plays a Lucemon for free, which then gets the pop there, and now you have 4 attacks to try to do. I mean, you have to like see what another Hades in security.
Black War Greymon's going to unsuspend and reboot, and as a result, that's just a scoop.
Yeah, it's just a scoop. Yeah, just deciding that. So we did have Adrian take game number 1. I think if the security was a little bit worse, I think he had a shot of not having it like not handed on a platter kind of thing. So
because I think what would have happened was he would have unsuspended and then deleted one of Adrian's Digimon,
mm-hmm.
and then there would have only been 2 Digimon in play.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and then that wouldn't have been enough to push for it unless they played like another Merva or something. But yeah, I think that honestly, looking at how Min played, I think that was the right play. You just got punished, unfortunately. Because
I agree.
Do you have to attack with Hades Force?
You do not. Remember,
Yeah,
I think we had this conversation earlier. It's a May effect, which again, Greymon is one of the most spoiled archetypes in that it has a lot of May conventions versus other archetypes that don't have a May that are mandatory.
Yeah, and I think like the idea too, where if you didn't attack with it, then you wouldn't be suspended, which means you wouldn't be able to get the inheritable effect.
Correct.
So you had to attack just to get that ready, unfortunately. So it wasn't a case where you couldn't have attacked and get the burn. So
because when Digimon becomes unsuspended, you may delete one of your opponent's Digimon at the lowest play cost. So that's where I think for him he was going to unsuspend and then delete the Eismon. But things.
Yeah. Things happened. All right. I've been like, I don't think I've gotten one of these correct, so I'm going to try again today. Min, do you think he wants to go first or second? I'm going to say, I'm going to put in my guess. I think Min wants, I think he wants to go second. I think he does.
Let's see. Min is facing off against Loop. That's a toss-up. As a Black or Greymon player, I always like going second because of that extra card draw. But he didn't mulligan, so that indicates to me that he was very happy with his hand, and that likely, yeah, I think he's gonna go first.
All right. Well, I don't think I've called one correct today, so we'll see if I can continue that streak. So opening up with Agu here.
BT9 Koro, so he doesn't care about the draw power. Ooh. Opts for black or gray. Interesting.
All right, we have Demi into just hard playing the Dark Lizardmon. We did see that. Oh, I think do we have Dog in frame? We have Dog in frame.
Doggo. Is that a Shiba?
It's either a Shiba or like it's probably Shiba. It might be like Golden Retriever.
Hades, nothing. No hits.
No hits.
It's crazy the amount of Agumon searchers there are.
Yeah, it's like I remember like when this time last year, Red was in a rough spot because he didn't have a lot of searchers, a lot of cards for drawing and stuff. But now it's you're able to be incredibly consistent, including just running cards that you want to run your deck just because they have the names or traits that just make sense as it is.
Man, that Dark Lizardmon is very obnoxious. It can chip 1 damage each turn, but it also has retaliation. So you gotta give up something to get rid of it. Otherwise, it's gonna keep chipping away. And I think that's one of the reasons why Min was so far behind last time, because so much chip damage had been done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4 cost. It has 4K. It has retaliation. It has jamming. Like, it's just crazy. That card has just so much.
Yeah, that's what he opted to do. That's a little unfortunate.
All right, got a Chaos mode out of hand. Makes sense there.
Oh, God. That's not good, especially with another Dead or Alive.
Yeah, that's... I mean, you use the Dead or Alive also for the fact that you can use it for your Cerberusmon loop, which... It consistently looks like he's just not having the pieces he's needing for that, but...
Yep. I don't... Okay, so that passed turn, right?
I believe so. Of the, Search with Red Members?
Yeah, it did, yeah. Werewolf mode, big, beefy going in, 9k. Hits an Agumon. That's 2 Agumons that's been in the security so far. And then... Oh, no...
And that is Minerva, which is a...
Merva.
Is this Merva?
Yeah, it's Merva.
That's Merva. I like the regular arts I get, like the alt arts I always have to to get this. So
They have very similar arts, but bringing back a Dark Lizardmon for blocker, so really good defense too. Hatching Koromon. Yep, that's the art. Oh no, it's so exposed and vulnerable.
yeah, that Greymon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably going to go into a Metal Gray here. Digivolve the Merva. So he delayed the memory boost. 2 memory at 2. Yep. But, I mean, the Mervamon you want in trash. That's one thing you always want. Because now at this point, Adrian can just be like, okay, come back out.
Yeah. So what do you think? It looks like they're attacking with Dark Lizardmon again. Will it? Okay.
Oh my god, that's 3 Agus and.
Yeah.
I think it's rough.
I think that Dark Lizardmon has survived 5 swings this match.
Yes. I think this is the 6th attack actually, because
between both games, yes.
Yes.
And another
4th.
Oh my gosh.
Ah!
That's crazy.
What here is to X antibody, Hades Force, and then Black War Gray X.
Yeah, I mean you can go into Metal Gray X. That will get a deletion of Dark Lizard. Or on the eyes, and then
both are bad to like delete.
I don't know. Yeah, you have some play, but nothing feels great.
No.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, like the cards that you wouldn't think, like your 10 and 12Ks, they just trade. It's crazy. That's true, which we haven't seen one. That's true, which we haven't seen yet, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, this could be the end of the game here, because a Hades, even a Hades Force coming out right now is just gonna end the game. It doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's the Nidhogg, and it's my turn.
And I mean,
you gotta Eismon first. Should have done Eismon first. Oh.
Yeah, not having it. So we did have Adrian here with Merva taking it with 2-0 with a good, half the round left. So we're gonna see if we can find a game real quick. All right, we have table 2 for you guys here. We did look up all the matchups, and we thought this one would probably be the most interesting. It's Bobby on Machinedramon on the lower. We just see his game wrap up versus our other matchup is Frank on Examon, who we also saw a little bit earlier today as well.
This will be an interesting matchup considering, you've got the biggest wall, and then you've got another bigger wall.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how we do here, and just kind of go from there. Who do you think wins this max up of Examon versus Machinedramon?
I feel like if Bobby can de-digivolve consistently enough, the Examon players won't be able to utilize a lot of the effects that you typically find at the top end.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're able to maintain like bigger bodies on board, like your Slayerdramon, your Breakdramons, and they're kind of there like on standby, ready to go, then it's really a toss-up match. Speed-wise, I want to say Examon would win.
Yeah, I think Examon does have that a better kind of pairing into that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to see on what this is, because I mean both archetypes are notorious for bricking at times too, and that could be something impactful enough for this. So we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
Again, going into this round, we did have 11 undefeateds. We have one pair down as well. So we have Adrian, our Merva player, playing, I believe, a Machinedramon on the pair down. Also, table 1, we have Beels versus Crossheart. We have this match on table 2. We have Crossheart versus Ulforce on table 3. We have Melga mirror match on table 4. We have Blue Flare versus Examon on table 5, which, again, I think Blue Flare would just... I'd be very surprised if Blue Flare loses that matchup. It generally just does a really good job against Examon.
Yeah, because typically Examon always has 2 bodies out.
Yeah, and you can... even if they have their line with having to attack with Slayerdramon, you can still play around it with your Digit Crossing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me make sure I get the time start correct. All right, and they are good to go.
All right, looks like Bobby's going first. Maybe?
Maybe. They might not know that they're good to go.
Yes. Dorimon enters the raise. Dorumon digivolves on top. And then a simple Guardramon for 2, passing the memory.
All right. There's Dracomon.
On top of Bebido. Groundra for 2. Wingdra for 3. I feel like you wouldn't want to promote quite yet. Yeah, that's probably the best move. So Analog Man comes down for 4, choking at 1 memory. Dracomon is played, reveals Dracomon, Death X, Slayerdramon, and Davis, and only Slayerdramon is the target. Digivolves into Metal Tyranno in the raise and just chilling. I mean, he could have pushed that out and Digivolved it to stun.
Yeah, because he gets the suspension, and then you get to I'll bring the card up. So for each green or black tamer that you have in play, suspend one of your opponent's Digimon, then one of yours can't suspend her until the end of the next unsuspend phase.
Looks like Slayerdramon was Digivolved into while I wasn't looking.
Right, and so this is like the issue too, because after the you're just gonna have a hard time with this Metal Tyrannomon because you have to push it up, and then you can use the Slayerdramon effect as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so just going straight into Machinedramon. So
because that Slayerdramon did have blocker too.
Yeah, it sure did.
Babidomon makes another appearance. This is the EX2 one. I think it's the same one as the one that's under Slayerdramon. Attack 12,000 DP. Hits Metal Greymon and unsuspends. Attack with Draco. Black Memory Boost. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yes, you do have a lot of memory open for you this next turn, and then just playing another Groundramon and assumably doing the getting the memory back, and then just continue to scooching back just a little bit to play into the Examon.
And since it is a new Digimon now, this will reset the effect of the Dracomon. if he plays another Digimon with Dramon in its name. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's a hard target for you to get around. You do potentially have some like Digivolving, which can help you get around here, but yeah, there's a lot of advantage already built for this Examon board.
If Bobby does promote out, he will have to attack immediately if the Slayer Dramon suspends itself, which the Examon can then just block. That being said, this analog man also does set up for another Machinedramon if he has one in hand. And they're going through all the effects right now just to make sure. So Metal Tyrannomon, when it deletes a Digimon in battle, it will trash the top security. Guardramon can trash a card in your hand to draw 2, and then you have Dorumon and Dorimon for basically the memory gain and draw effects. Yes. So Slayer Dramon is forcing an attack right now. I don't think it matters. I think he wants to attack the Dragomon because he cannot beat over the Slayer Dramon, but Examon can block regardless. And then Slayer Dramon's once per turn, all turns effect unsuspends itself. And then there's the block with Exa. On deletion, let's see if that analog man is going to go back to the bottom of the deck. Never mind. Unfortunate. Yeah. There should be. Yes. So Digivolve's in a Tankmon. Oh, the Metal Gray? Okay. Kind of stinks, though, because they're just going to DNA again next turn if they have another Examon in hand. So there's 2 trash piles because one is separated for the level 5 cyborgs to utilize later. It's just it's to clean it up in a way. Some players do this too with 3 Musketeers decks to keep their 7-cost option cards separate. And even for oh, go for it. Sorry. Some Beelzemon players will typically also break their trash down into multiple piles of 10.
Yeah. So my mic seemed to cut out, but I'll try again. So yeah, it's just like the idea that you want to be able to see what cards are in your trash. If Frank had an issue with it, he'd be able to say, hey, you have to have a solid stack for it. And it is a pile that's next to each other, but yeah, just being able to have the information of cards that are in your trash when you're playing a deck that's really important, such as Machinedramon. It does help and generally speeds up the game for it. So.
And man, he is getting those Dorumons very easily.
Yeah, sure is.
I mean, considering this style of deck typically only runs 8 or 10 rookies, it's very, the math is always interesting.
Yeah, so ended up playing a Takumi and not being able to go into another Examon. So that is a shot for Bobby to get some advantage here. And Takumi, I don't think, I mean, the cycle effect is great. The other effect I don't think is going to really come up a lot in this matchup. So
I think back in the old Rookie Rush days, when it was BT5, BT4, Takumi Aiba was very popular to use.
yeah, I remember I was playing it in like Lilith Loop because it was one, we needed a white tamer to be able to play our event, our option card as well.
Digimon Fusion.
For sure. And this let you draw cards as well, which means that you're able to find your pieces a little bit more. So that does help there. I haven't seen him in a minute. All right, so he decided. Yeah, sorry, I was messing with my microphone to fix it. Yeah, so he got the Examon off Davis, but just deciding to not go into it.
Is he gonna? Oh, he's not getting the Machinedramon? All right.
Nope.
All right. Okay.
Both players making a couple of interesting choices there for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'd want a Machinedramon in hand just in case this Machinedramon gets deleted so that the analog man can then return to the bottom of the deck and spawn another Machinedramon ready to go and take turn.
All right, attacking and get the redirect there. And it does get deleted.
But now it's end of turn, though, so the Examon technically can Digivolve. Oh, a card just fell in that drawer.
He just punched it off the screen. All right, there it is.
Two. He's got 5, so he'll gain 5 memory and immediately pass over the turn. But then the end of turn effects all kick in at this point.
And
there it is. 5 memory gain. Your turn is done. Is it? No, it's still my turn. Oh, there's no end of turn DNA? Hello?
Yeah, that's like 2 turns in a row. So I'm not sure if he just doesn't remember he can do it. Like I would call that to not be the case because you'd think you'd know if you're this far in Examon, if you're 5-0, you'd know that you can do that. So
yeah,
something it must be a conscious choice.
So the Dorumon is promoted out, and the question becomes now. I think he wants to keep Grounder as a blocker. There's Evade. It has so many effects.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it even has another Slayer underneath it.
Yeah, because it was a D-Digivolved, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is probably, if you force them to attack with a rookie, can you use, it has Takumi's effect still, right? So they have to lose a memory?
Correct.
Neat.
That's if you choose to attack with the rookie.
Yeah. All right, and then going into Kaustinen.
All right, now let's get rid of some stuff.
Yeah, it's really crazy how like the tide has changed because we had, a couple minutes ago we had Examon with the full stack, pretty much out there, and the Machinedramon's been able to chip that away, get a lot of advantage, and now you have a Kaustinen with like 10 cards on the stack. That's huge.
And that Slayer doesn't have Evade either, so. Oh, he's going after the ground? Oh, you can. Oh, he has a Metal Meme, I think.
Yeah, I believe he does.
You kind of lose track of all the inheritables.
Yeah, somehow, right? It just kind of slips your mind every once in a while. Not that there's like almost a dozen of them, and we have no like good way to figure out exactly which card's there.
Major board clear.
And Kaustimon's effect to I'm trying to think like what are you able to use to get rid of this on Examon side, and there's not a lot. This Kaustimon has pretty much protection to every kind of deletion or return effect that Kaustimon has. Like even like Megadeth wouldn't be able to impact this because it can't be returned to hand or deck or be deleted in general.
And there's no DP reduction.
Yeah, that's true too.
The only out I can see is if he were to draw Death Exmon, because the Death X can at least de-digivolve it, but the problem is then you open it up again to digivolve back up and put more sources underneath.
Yeah, and a lot of people, like, for good reason, I'm not saying there isn't, but for good reason, they don't like Death X in the meta, and that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
However, you get into these situations where it's literally the only option to get something there. Ooh, a Cordramon there getting 2 draws.
Oh, thank you.
Did he lose a memory from the Takumi?
Yes, he did.
Cool.
But now the Chaosdramon can tack into that Cordramon.
And then get a trash off security?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
that was a Death
X.
Oh,
no! That's fantastic.
Oh.
I mean, it's fantastic for Bobby. Rest in peace, Frank. Game 2 will be yours.
Oh. Attack of the Heavy Mobile for game.
Yeah.
That's always that card too.
It's such a strong card. Like you see, most cards that are broken are option cards that cost 0. So we have Bobby taking game 1 there with Machinedramon. Let's see if any other matches have finished in the meantime.
Nothing. I just looked.
Yeah.
Everyone is still playing away.
And just for let me see for we had so table 1 is Beels versus Crossheart. We are on table 2 right now. We have Crossheart versus Ulforce on table 3. We have Melga Mirror Match on table 4. We have Blue Flare versus Examon on table 5. And then we have Adrian, who was the Merva player we saw last round. He got the pair down against Machinedramon on table 6.
And you mentioned before that he was also paired down previously, right?
Yeah, I remember seeing him paired down previously. So he just must have abysmal tiebreakers.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah, and so at the end of this round, we'll have, 3 undefeateds max? Or sorry, 6 undefeateds max, maybe 5. And then round 7, we'll have 3 undefeateds, and then we'll have a 50-50 on continuing to round 9.
50-50.
We love the 50-50s.
Man. I just hope it doesn't end like the last regional.
Yeah, seriously.
It's unfortunate, but like I understand how it can happen because it's just such a it's a muscle memory thing, you know, where you've gone to the habit of always setting your security and then draw your hand and then you play. So when you tell people now you have to flip it, you're like, okay, I draw my hand, I'm ready to play, and then you're like, oh, I forgot to put security. Oh, you just lose. It's like, no.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, you don't want that to be the case, right? But
right,
you still got your invite, right? You still are able to do well, and you're in a good spot. So it is really unfortunate, though. I won't argue that.
Yeah, yeah, that's all. All right, here we go. Bebidomon is raised into Dracomon from EX2. And CoreDramon?
That's usually the line. Yeah, and,
yeah.
CoreDramon it is.
With inheritable evade. Let's go. You know, I'm pretty... This man's so lucky to get Dorumons every like turn 1.
That is incredibly strong. And just playing an analog man and going from there. Again, Analog Man is super strong in this archetype, especially since the games go up a little bit longer. Being able to just get that cycle early is, sets you up for a lot of success.
And I wasn't a fan of it like in the beginning, but I'm starting to see its application more and more, especially when you're cycling and drawing. There is just that high count for, the number of level 5s you have in the deck.
Yeah.
Bro, that's 3 level 3s?
That's crazy. So you have what? I guess you get the... Yeah, for this search, you're fine. right?
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple other searches that'd be just terrible.
That's crazy. Like the number that you found just right there. It's uncommon to find that many. DNA?
Seems to be the case.
I feel like we were missing something last game.
We must have. Chat was saying there's an Examon in hand, and I don't want to argue with chat, but something was missing, 110%. So
yeah.
if it wasn't the Examon, I don't know what it was.
Okay, so you played Slayer underneath, so now you can basically force your opponent's Digimon to attack at the beginning of their main phase.
Yeah.
Oh, the Breakdramon too.
Yeah, this is the full kind of combo for that. Right, like this is, you have the Slayer Dramon, so you can force attacks. You have Break Dramon to force the damage as well when they start attacking. So you got to be really careful now. You can't you really can't even play a Machinedramon out.
I mean, with the analog man, you kind of can.
Kind of, yeah. But I don't know. This is a pretty uphill battle.
The thing is, even by, delaying the memory boost and gaining that 2 extra memory, you could, in theory, Chaos Dramon to set them back.
That's true. Yeah, being able to de-digivolve would be able to help you out there. All right, and looks like he's adding, the Chaos Dramon to hand.
No, the Tankmon.
Interesting.
Why would you sacrifice the Chaos Dramon?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would, because you can use that to just de-digivolve next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you decided to do that.
So much memory. He does have a Machinedramon in his hand, which means he is probably going to use the analog man to bottom deck it and then play the Machinedramon.
Yeah, and it could just be a situation where he used it to look at the top 5 just to make the next Machinedramon stronger, but still, I'm not sure. All right, so using the effect to suspend the CoreDramon to force something to attack.
Force an attack. Machinedramon goes in. Into it? Okay.
Cool. No block. Interesting.
This game feels a lot slower paced for some reason. I don't know. I think this is a few of these games today. I feel like I'm not used to this tempo because normally everything seems to be like we're rushing in and doing stuff. Mm-hmm. So Digivolving into Chaos Dramon for a memory cost of... I have to double check this. 1. and then the
that sounds like a
Digivolve.
bit. You sound like and you rarely do bits, so I'm like, oh, is Digipanda doing a bit?
No, I was legit because the problem is there's so many Digimon out there that are like Digivolve into this for 1, Digivolve into this for 2, and I'm like, I'm starting to like mix them all up because X antibody forms are typically 0 unless it's like a really powerful effect that makes it 1.
No, I agree. It just made me chuckle.
Yes, I totally do bits these days. Not, although I'm trying not to after all the voices I do for the Digimon Seekers read.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, being able to clear that stack is again pretty strong here.
Reboot and blocker. I think at this point, what Frank needs to do is he needs to set up another Examon, but that gives so much memory.
Oh, okay.
You know what? I mean, that works too.
Yeah.
Chaosdramon gets Digivolve too. Hello?
Yeah. There's not a reason it can't be digivolved, is there?
There's no Digivolve protection on for Chaosdramon, so as far as I'm aware, anyway.
Yeah. I'm not sure what would be preventing you from that digivolve, right?
Yeah. Judge?
I think Judge is talking. Yeah. Okay. There it is. Yep. Judge let them know. Yep. There we go. I'm like, man, it can get around that. Broken.
That is one of the few things that Machinedramon loses to a lot, and
Yep.
that's typically the Digivolve, because then you're like, no, my stack.
Yeah, and which is why like Blackwood Gray X had like a solid matchup in the sense that MetalGaruruX was able to get rid of a lot of stuff, as well as like even your Gaiomon, you Digivolve and then attack over something, and then you just clear the entire stack.
MetalGaruruX just made it more rough for the fact that you Digivolve into Gaiomon, and you're like, okay, come at me, and your opponent's like, okay, I'll Digivolve yours, and then you're like, I just went into MetalGaruruX. You can't do that.
All right, Megadramon.
Does he have another Chaosdramon?
Maybe. Yep. Maybe that's why he sent it to the trash, because he had like 2 more in hand, it seems.
So he's not going to be able to Digivolve anything, but he is going to get a lot more inheritables and protection. So it's now going to be kind of just disengaging 2 components every turn for that upkeep cost for Death X if he doesn't play anything.
Yeah.
Attacks into the Breakdramon and then has to trash 2 sources. Trash top.
Ooh. Slayer Dramon. All right, not a flashy card, but that one's fine.
And then, did he pass turn? Oh, he was saying that he trashed the Slayer, and then Draco was the security.
Yeah, and then Aguri for 3.
Nope, don't have to trade components now, because that Haguru is just going to be what eats it. If he has a way to put him to 1 or 2 memory, oh no. Oh no. No, don't play the Chaosdramon. Okay, I thought he was playing the Chaosdramon. And then reboot? It's going to get a lot stronger with the upcoming set because Chaosdramon X gains the effects of all Machinedramon and Chaosdramon in the Digivolution stack. I'm curious where all these people are getting this intel.
Yeah. All right. Well, if 1 isn't enough, how about 2?
Yo. He has 3 security, 2 Digimon. Digivolving into another Machinedramon here could give you the 2 checks, 3rd check, and then an attack of the heavy mobile Digimon for Blitz.
Yeah. Yeah, it's likely we go to at least 8 rounds, unless there's any tying at top tables. Which I mean, a more control matchup like this I could see, but at the same time we're pretty deep into game number 2, and if Examon doesn't win this one, we're done with this one.
Some of the cards are just like, nah. Oh, that's so good. He's gonna slot that for plus 3k DP, and then he's pretty much almost guaranteed a safe check unless he runs into Examons in the security. I would have played Attack of the Heavy Mobile first.
All right, 2 checks there.
Yeah, I think he's good. I think he's clear.
Yeah, he's clear. Davis, and then if you have heavy mobile in hand, which you do, and there you go there. So we do have Bobby taking it 2-0 over Examon with Machinedramon with quite the showing there. Okay, we have table 2 here. We have Adrian once again, but we do have Abdul. Let me make sure I say it right.
Abdul Rahman Nagud.
Yeah, Abdur Rahman Nagud with the Blue Flare, who's been our undefeated Blue Flare player for a good chunk of today. So we will get that. And I think this is a really interesting matchup that we honestly don't get to see very often.
We don't. And the interesting thing about this is you got Blue Flare who's like, I want you to have bodies on board. And Mervamon who's like, I don't want you to have bodies on board.
Yeah, it's kind of a good mix between the two of them. And it's interesting to see how these two will interact. Just again, dependently, both of them have like these weird conditions of how many cards are that reflect on how many cards your opponents have on the board.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like both players are keeping their first hand. Oh wow. Now in this situation, I know you can't decide who goes first or second from the die roll, but I feel like both players don't really care.
Yeah, it's not really. I don't know. It's a really weird matchup. I don't think this is a matchup that either player probably plays a lot, and so you do kind of have to play around it differently. And the fact that the loop player, you want to make sure that you can establish your loop. But if you do your loop and then you're not able to finish the game with it, then you get punished by your opponent being able to get all the stunning and being able to get the advantage of it too. So very interesting. It looks like we've also started.
Ooh, Wanya to Gauss and then playing the Greymon to look for something. Fortunately loses the Kiriha Aonuma. On the other end, we've got Demimera to BT2 Gabu for the draw 2 trash 1. Into our favorite creature of this regional so far, Dark Lizard. Analog Youth pops down to reveal Ignite, Cerberusmon Werewolf, and a Deathclaw. Two potential options here. One going with Cerberus.
Yeah. And so this is round number 7. Going into this round, we did have 6 undefeated. So the other 2 tables that are undefeated, so we have table 1, which is Bobby on Machinedramon, which we saw beat Examon last round. And then, excuse my pronunciation, Kone versus Juan Melga, who did end up winning the mirror last round. And then also on table 3, we have Evan on Crossheart versus Alejandro on Ulforce. And Alejandro did win against Crossheart the previous round as well, so we'll have to see if he's able to do it this round as well. So we have 8 or 9 rounds, assuming no ties, and if ties end up being a thing, that essentially just ends the rounds. Like, it just means we have 8.
This is a very aggressive gameplay that we're seeing right now. So we're seeing Madoki Betamon preventing any memory from being gained from like Jack Raids. There's another one now in the back race too on standby. Gaussmon goes in. Wanyamon, no tamer, so that Gaussmon is deleted. Probably drops the male bird to play the Kiriha. There it is.
Yep. And I gotta unarchive my blue flare card since we've been haven't seen it all day.
We've also gotten some new errata. So if you happen to purchase some BT12 out there this weekend, you will be getting revision packs, of which includes the newly errata Blazing Memory Boost, which changes that Christopher Aonuma to Kiriha Aonuma.
Yeah, which is, I mean, yeah, that was errata on release, so not anything stopping you from doing anything, but much needed errata.
Promoting the Cerberusmon, and luckily here.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So this will get a board clear here.
On deletion, Gaussmon can play a Digimon, and then Deckardramon drops to draw 1, and then +2 more since there are 2 Digimon in play.
Yep, you have 7 cards out. You do have something you can bring up from raising. Yes, sorry, I think I said 7 cards. You have 7 memory, but the 2 cards out for Adrian is actually really impactful because you get a lot of effects now due to the effects of just having those 2 out.
I don't know if I would promote the Madoki Betamon yet. I'd probably wait.
Yeah, because that Betamon can also screw up the loop mechanic with werewolf mode.
Mm-hmm. But you also needed to survive to. Okay. How are you going to get rid of this Death Exmon is the question.
You pretend it's not there. Because you could just win right here for the record.
You could just win here, yeah. Draw.
Okay.
No fear. Deleted. Decker. Decker? No. Okay, not that one.
This can give you enough memory to continue though, so.
Not finding the Metal Gray though. That's kind of what you need, because my thought process was if he has the Metal Gray and like a Decker Gray in hand, he could go Metal Greymon, Digivolve into Decker Gray, and then.
Let's see. Yeah, well, you do get to survive there, but yeah, Metal Greymon right here would be huge.
Mm-hmm.
You do have obviously both materials. You just don't have the guy himself because it can lock down. It can stun both these cards. It can swing for potentially game right here.
It can't stun the Cerberusmon on play, but it can stun with the Mailbird.
Yeah. But obviously not seeing it, and he dug pretty deep for it too, which is real unfortunate.
There's a Hammer Spark. It might also be in the security.
It definitely can be. So playing the Draco there, and then
so
the
right.
All right.
Now nothing can attack, and then Dracomon is going to be the sacrificial body.
All right. Do not hate this, especially since all of those inheritables are pretty good for setting up the trash for purple.
Yeah.
This could be it pretty shortly.
Because the analog youths are now turned off because Cerberusmon does not have any Digivolution sources. Neither can attack.
And even if you play a Cerberus werewolf, it won't be able to attack either, right?
Correct, because it is still a Digimon that has no Digivolution sources.
Interesting. Which is like the whole that card really stops you a lot in this in a loop mechanic.
So time to wall up, because so you'll gain 1 memory, pulling it back to 3, and you'll play 2 bodies. So the Dark Lizard. Oh, the Psych!
Psych is pretty good, and Gauzy. You have 1 blocker out, putting your opponent to 3, so no reductions. Again, a good counter for both. That. And again, you can just attack 6 times next turn and win too. So
correct. I
remember when I learned that, like I always get like fixated on like the cards and what they're quote unquote supposed to bring back, and so when I first found out that you can use Merva to bring back your Gauzies and your Psyches, even if they don't have blocker, that I'm like, oh dang, that is that is really great.
Oh no! I was wondering. Wait, shouldn't he have gained a memory back from playing the Digimon with Mervamon?
I believe he did.
Okay,
but Chris was on the Kuriha, right?
Yeah, because then.
Yeah, and that is it. Yikes! All right.
Yeah, because the Metal Greymon plus Plasma Launcher bounce the Psychmon back, and then by slotting the male Birdramon, it could stun the Mervamon.
Yeah.
So many cards.
A lot going on there. Essentially being able to go up your chain, get the stun on the only thing that had blocker on there, and get rid of the Psychomon to go in for it.
I feel like instead of playing the Gazi, I would have played
another blocker.
At least a Retaliator, because then that would have
Yeah.
prevented at least one attack.
Yeah, because I think we knew that there was a Dark Lizardmon in there.
Yes, it was trashed.
And maybe if like there was like the delay memory boost for the archetype was there, or because we already started like a Hammer Spark being used too. Yeah, I think instead of Gazi, it should have definitely been the like a Dark Lizardmon would have been pretty strong. Especially like if you had like a Nidhogg in hand, where then you can gain the memory out of that getting deleted.
Yes, because then you just chump block and then you pitch the Nidhogg to gain a memory. That's a good combat trick right there.
Yeah, it's very good.
Now, from Adrian's perspective, do you want to go first or second?
I mean, I've been wrong all day, so you're really putting me in a spot. Adrian. I think I don't know. I want to say he wants to go second. I don't know.
Because I feel like if you promote out first, you're basically just trying to make sure that they don't have certain Digimon in play. So like, I think it depends ultimately if you have Gazimon in your opening hand, if you'd want to go first or second. Now, that's not a good sign because that was an immediate ship back to the deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Adrian wants to go second. So which will almost guarantee he decides to go first at this point today. But we'll see. My reasoning for that is that you want again. Some more cards, and especially like Blue Flare could start by giving you a whole lot of memory.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see also wanting to go first, deciding playing Dark Lizardmon, either just hard casting it or getting into raising means that you get some pressure immediately with this. So this is both these decks are moderately aggro, but they do have like some defensive options with like blockers or with the fact that you get to stun with Blue Flare. So yeah, deciding to go first. Yeah, we're crazy. That's wow. Who could have guessed?
Gabu Merva. Hey, that's not bad. That's actually what you want like in your trash. Like that's pretty good.
As long as you had a level 4 in hand, that's a really strong start.
Yeah. And he just went through 3 cards, none of which were level 4, so we can assume at this point that he might not have it. Ooh. Man, Male Birdramon is so good.
It's pretty good at establishing some early tempo for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you do have a level 4. It's going to be the Eismon.
Jamming?
Into no jamming. Oh my goodness.
Wow, this is a first. What was it? What did it run into? A Metal Gray?
I believe it was a Metal Gray. The card you couldn't find all of last game.
Looks like I think it's Decker Gray.
Yep. I'll believe you. I'll trust you.
They look almost identical is the problem, because I know that Metal Gray has a side view, and then this is more of a forward-facing view, which I believe is the Decker Gray.
Well, also in this transfer, Adrian, now there is a Chaos mode, there's a Mervamon, there is a Ignitemon. I think there's like 2 of each of those things besides the Lucy. So a lot of good pieces there.
Yeah, it's the Decker Gray because of the cannon is present near the play cost zone.
Gotcha. And a hard pass. That is really unfortunate.
Dead or alive. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a 3rd Ignitemon for your trash. And then you got a Sayakomon for the in raising you have a Greymon, which added something I just missed. I think you have to you get 2 cards. Yeah.
Yes, but if you have something, I think if you have a Kirihot, you can grab Metal Greymon from trash instead.
I see. All right, so there's the 4th Ignitemon. So that's all 4 already.
Yep.
All right, calling for darkness to draw 2.
Nice.
Love
so you
see
get, yep, the one-of. I'm trying to remember how it was so busted when it was more than one.
I mean, again, when half your deck is in your trash, paying one to get 2 cards from half your deck is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, so going into scatter, and passing there, which I'm surprised they didn't play it outright, just because
they go to 3 anyway.
They go to 3 anyways, but maybe they just really need to go up to their level 5 chain.
Dark Lizard.
There's a Dark Lizard getting the deletion there.
Oh, this might be it.
Ooh, unfortunately, yeah, that is the regular Eismon. Only one in the deck, unfortunately. So,
if he Metal Greymon plays here, he could potentially win.
Yes.
This turn.
So attacking with Sayako, getting the Cerberus, and then is he going to go for it?
Thinking about it.
He sure is.
Why wouldn't... If he has it, I'm curious why he wouldn't just play it immediately.
Because you've been playing for 7 hours and you're just nervous at this point. I don't know. Yep. Oh, just regular Greymon. Look top 4.
There's the Metal Gray, and then there's also Z, Gauss, and Z Gray doesn't do anything right now in the present.
No, I mean
game state.
You can attack with Greymon and then cross for free or for 3 and get there. So pretty much last turn for Adrian unless he can do something wild with it.
Opts not to promote.
Not raising. That is so unfortunate.
I think the best play here.
Yeah. And, ooh.
Okay. I was about to say Zackery.
Hold up. You just bought yourself another turn. Unless we swag on him with the double Hammer Sparks in hand.
Double Hammer Spark.
We know he runs 1.
We know. Typically, people run them in pairs.
Yeah. All right, Beta. All right, to prevent.
Oh, he's like, I learned my lesson. This isn't happening again.
No, thank you. All right, so 2 attacks on board, 1 in raising. We know he's got materials for a Digicross as well.
Yep. Cerberusmon deletes the Greymon. That is a very full Christopher. Or Kiriha, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, using the Pandemonium Flame.
How much does it cost?
I believe it costs 2. 1? I believe it costs 2, but you get the memory back from the analog as well. And also from the discard of the Nidhogg.
Oh, there's a Gaussmon in Raise, though, so I'm curious how you're going to turn this around.
I mean, even if you get Minerva out to get some blockers out, you can still get around it, right? With the Metal Greymon effect.
You can stun any number of Digimon who have Digivolution sources less than or equal to this Digimon's Digivolution sources. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yay, we're in business. 22.
All right, so you can gain 2 men back.
Yeah. What about that Madoki Betamon?
Yeah, so I mean this will get you 2 blockers.
Unfortunately, you need the problem is the Metal Greymon can stun 2, and then the attacking on.
Yeah, and there's no Psychomon. If Psychomon was in the trash, then you would actually have something.
Yeah.
Right? Psychomon and Dark Lizardmon, they wouldn't be able to play this for 3, but they're able to play this for 3 and stun the board and then just attack from there. So unfortunate for there. One kind of card short from being able to really do something, but Adrian unfortunately took the L on that one. But good news for Abdur there, and let's see if we can find another match real quick. All right, we have our table 1 potential finals, depending on what's happening on table 2. But this is going to be Alejandro Ramos, who's on Ulforce, versus Abdur, who is on the Blue Flare.
This will be an interesting match, considering Blue Flare really wants you to have multiple Digimon in play, but Ulforce can play around this.
It can, and normally Ulforce is kind of like a single stack deck as well. So
Yeah,
I would almost say advantage to Ulforce a little bit for this matchup. But again, this is not one that I've had a lot of experience with.
that's what I'm leaning to. As for our other matchup at table 2, it's officially MetalGaruruX versus Black Wargrey X. So it's kind of a rematch between a previous format, but it is a little slower.
Mm-hmm. So we'll have to see. Let me know what you guys think in chat for this one. If you guys think Blue Flare has the edge, if you think Ulforce has the edge for this one, and again, potential finals depending on how Table 2 goes.
It looks like both players did not mulligan, so we might be seeing, them coming right out of the heat into the fire.
Yeah, and I think we got like 5 seconds to start here. Let me see when the rounds. I thought it was supposed to start at the top of the hour. 6:01. All right, we got a whole minute to fill. Oh my
Let's
goodness.
go.
Let's see. Yeah, Ulforce. I'm thinking Ulforce has the advantage here, but we'll have to see.
I'm leaning also more Ulforce, but I also have a feeling that if you were to, pay 4 memory for a tamer, for example, and then we see literally exactly what happened with Nationals, where we had a Blue Flare player literally climb up into their security +1 Greymon and do like 2 or 3 swings.
Yeah, and I would say based on what we've seen so far, that Abdur is not playing that hyper aggression kind of version of it, but we'll have to see.
We have seen the starter deck win Greymons, but we haven't seen them utilized actually.
Yeah. And again, like Ulforce, I think is a deck that can play around having 2 Digimon out. I think they're fine with just having your big Ulforce stack and having that be the only guy out. But it looks like we are ready to start this first round with Abdur going first on Blue Flare.
Wanyamon coming into the raise and Digivolving into a Madoki Betamon. And then, wow, playing the Greymon again, revealing triple Tamer, I think double Decker Gray and a Greymon?
I believe so.
The problem with
go for
the
it.
alt arts are always a problem.
Yeah. Especially since like people who are playing this deck, no one. I've yet to meet someone. They probably exist too. When Blue Flare came out, they're like, "Yes, this is my deck. This is what I really want to play." People are like, "I'll try Blue Flare. It's a neat little deck." No one was like, I don't really know anyone who like day one was high rarity searching for this deck. Right, so I'm not used to seeing the alt arts, and then it's more just people slowly over the last couple of months being more and more comfortable with the deck and liking it a little bit more. So the alt arts come back.
Alejandro's got a strong start already, getting into that Aandroidd, and it's just really good memory on his end.
Yep, and now we both have our 4 tamers. So it looks like 2 Vmons and a Veedramon deciding to go for the level 4 and passing back 1.
On Abdur's side, he's going to potentially slot a card. He does slot the Dracomon. It is a Blue Flare Digimon to gain 1 memory and draw another card, so that's uncycling there.
Then playing the Gaussmon.
And that'll be some good value next turn.
All right, hitting into the Mirage Galgamon in the security. Most decks only run like 1 copy of that, so you're probably safe from that this game. And that's been like a neat little tech for the deck. I've been liking people play it like 1 or 2 and seeing like just the fact that it can disrupt your opponent on their turn is really important.
I haven't utilized it yet in anything, so it's kind of interesting to see it in Ulforce. I know that more Ulforce players locally are utilizing the Omnimon Merciful mode because of our Beelzemon heavy matchups.
Yeah.
So many cards in hand.
Yep. So just doing a couple more searching, but I think he's doing a really good job at not having those 2 stacks out and playing around it. And we'll have to see what this next turn is. So 2 memory here for Abdur.
Ooh, but that could put him to the 3 memory he needs to actually set up for that Metal Greymon at this point.
I mean, you could be losing as soon as this turn because there's 3 attacks already, and then if you have a Metal Gray for 2 more attacks, you do get the W there. So attacking first with the Galsmon.
No Digimon without any Digivolution sources. That was an Ulforce.
All right, that's 2 level 6s out of that security already.
Galsmon's on deletion, plays male Birdramon for free, and down comes Kiriha Aonuma.
All right, attacking with the Decker, hitting into an Arrow Vidramon.
Save.
Saved there. That also means that you have a blue tamer out, which is important for the Modoki Betamon. If you attack with it, you couldn't get a draw, but it looks like they're just trying to go for the Metal Gray already.
What would you be scared of, though?
I mean, if there's a chunky card in security, you will give up the chance of winning, right?
We have seen 2 chunky cards already in there.
We have seen 2 already get out, so I think just running some numbers, deciding if that's really the line that he wants to try to go over with.
I honestly think Alejandro at this point was just missing that Ulforce Vidramon, and I think that's why he didn't promote, because he knew that he would potentially suspend Arrow Vidramon, and that would potentially bottom deck the level 6 he needed.
Yeah, so that's for 3. You get the stun on the Vidramon there, but also you don't have the 2 cards out, so you can't get 2 attacks going.
Correct.
You only get the 1, but the stun I think is important enough for you. And going down to 1 card left in security, gets a V Tamer, which is nice. You have to see. All right, so guaranteed 3 memory due to Davis at the start of next turn. Again, you don't get the restand with Metal Gray, unfortunately, because there's only 1 Digimon out for Alejandro right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to see what the follow-up is.
Still thinking, because going into like a Decker Gray or even like a Metal Gray Plasma doesn't do anything here.
No, so just attacking.
Yo.
Gets a Vmon there, so Betamon does go down. A little unfortunate that is the case, because that could stop potential moves for memory next turn. But if you bounce it back to hand with the Ulforce, you're fine at the same time.
I feel like you don't want to give more than 3 memory here. I think that's you don't have many options though. Okay, never mind.
All right,
that's pretty good.
That's all right. Shayako.
Oh, here it comes. Here comes the crackback.
With 3 memory, this becomes pretty easy for this.
I think he drew the Ulforce. No, so many tamers.
Oh, there goes an Ulforce. So that's 2 already gone.
I think he has it though. He can suspend the Tai Kamiya in order to draw another card first if he chooses to. But, yep, there's the Ulforce. There's Rena number 1.
Right. I don't know if you bounce that guy back. I'll be honest.
I probably would, because you lose the components. So he doesn't have a Greymon and a male Birdramon now in circulation.
Yeah, but that's I would bounce the Shyaku back to hand and then attack over it. I don't know. Maybe not, because like what's rarer to you? The components are the card itself.
The components.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, without getting the save, I think my bad. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, teach their own. Oh no, another one.
All right, giving the blocker evade to our other Vidramon out there. Another attack damage there. Hitting
Gausmon
into Gauss.
Oh man, does he have all of them?
He has at least 3 of them.
And we know he has at least 3 more tamers.
Yeah.
Zackery does not delete it in battle, so. And then another memory gain from the arena. Sorai would be pretty useful here. So Rai would definitely turn the tide because you could trash the 4 sources. Jerry to Leo? No Leo.
All right, going down to 2 cards in security.
Nothing.
All right. Just hard playing the arena, finding your final Ulforce in the deck, getting another restand, attacking here.
Sorai?
No
No,
Sorai,
that didn't
and
hit.
that is a hybrid. There it is.
What a crackback there.
All right, Alejandro takes game 1 in this potential round 8 finals here. So I don't know. Like, what do you think the solution was there?
Honestly, I think I think Abdur's setup was fine. I think Alejandro just happened to draw all the pieces he needed because he was looking for that Ulforce. And I think after he drew it, he was like, okay, now I can promote. I can suspend to look for tamers, and I don't care if I bottom deck anything else at this point.
Yeah, agreed. And it's just like the fact like you had 3 of your arenas was so powerful. You really that really let you push for the W there.
For sure.
So with the one less of those, you would not have been able to, I think, attack for game.
Because if Alejandro had pushed out earlier and had 2 bodies on board, then Abdur would have won that first game for the fact that there would have been 2 bodies and he could have unsuspended.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And we don't know what's going on in table 2 right now. Probably not going to be doing a lot of jumping back and forth unless this game ends first, but we'll have to see how that goes.
I am currently monitoring table 2's like status.
Yeah. They are still playing. That is the up to date. All right. And looking like we're deciding for keeping our opening hands.
I do also think that Abdur playing that Greymon and giving so much memory in that opening turn is a little risky. Because the thing is with your Greymons and male Birdramons, sure, the on-play effect is valuable, but you could Digivolve into them. It's not great, but it's cheaper.
It is cheaper. All right. Looks like Abdur is settled with their opening hand here. 2, 3, 4, 5, and there we go.
I feel like I'd want to go second.
All right. Let's see if you get to be right today. You do. What? Crazy.
Easy.
I swear I've said like blue flares want to go second, and he decided to go first. Like I don't know what's up today.
I think you can go first if your matchup is a strong matchup.
All right. Again, Alejandro just having a great idea. Just that light changing.
Oh man, Kiriha? Yo!
Every game.
Best opener ever. Gauss, Male, Kiriha, and almost a choke out.
That is definitely what you want to see for this player.
That is almost the perfect hand. Actually, I think that is perfect. But that's why you want to go second.
Yeah, just being able to be as flexible with you as you can with memory like that is very nice.
I think Abdur, if he was playing against Crossheart, he'd want to go first.
Fair. But also, like, I don't know. Like, I guess it depends on what version of Crossheart too. Like, I'd say like the Merva versions likes to go first and be aggressive. Like the Cross 7 version's okay with going second.
Huh? Why would you play Rena?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out why you would play the Rena. Oh, to give the Veemon blocker, but in that case, why not just play it and choke at 1 memory?
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting one.
Huh.
All right, and we do have
It's Decker Gray.
Decker Gray. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still like processing. Like, why would you play Tai and then Rena instead of just playing the Rena? Oh no. Triple Tamer hit, and then no, that's why he has no level 4.
Oh, that is really unfortunate here. Right, I mean, and having 2 cards out against Blue Flare. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
That is not great.
Do you cycle? I feel like you'd cycle here.
Depends on what cards you have in hand, I guess. But yeah, the cycle almost always is fantastic. I mean, you have 7 whole memory though. You probably don't need the 8th.
The extra card could help. Plus, he's playing blue, so there's the potential of Hammer Sparks.
Sure.
Opts not to use it. Okay, got it. Oh. I don't know what that source is underneath, though, unfortunately. Well, now you can stun.
Okay. On the attack and security, hitting into a Davis. All right. You found a level 4.
There's an Ulforce, too.
Which
He
probably
opts not... Yeah, probably has it already.
Yeah, at this point, right?
But the thing is, the... Okay, draw 3 more cards.
You know, jokes aside, like if this level 5 is able to swing next turn and Digivolve into an Ulforce that's probably in hand, you're in a really bad spot as Blue Flare.
Yeah, but it should be stunned right now from the Decker Gray.
I think you're right. Yeah, that's something I guess, depending if we can hear the conversation, we'd be able to know for sure. But
oh no, did you evolve into Metal Gray or Decker Gray? Metal Gray.
Yep, into Metal Gray and then pass the turn.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember some of these effects.
Yeah, I don't think or it's probably Digicross. It was Digicross into there to get the stun.
Ah,
is my assumption on that one.
That makes sense. So yeah, both Digimon are stunned right now, correct?
I would imagine so.
He can still return one of them, but it's like, okay, return one of them. Do it.
Yeah, both. Yeah, please, no, don't.
Like, I would not return Decker. I would definitely return the metal. But it feels bad either way.
Yeah, you're right. It's not. It's rested, so it wasn't crossed. Why would you not cross with that though? Right? That gets the guaranteed stun.
Yeah.
And it's you're passing just as much memory with the Davis out. I'm surprised that was the case.
Well, if you're just crossing with the male Birdramon, the cost goes to 5. He was at 2 memories.
So you're passing the 3 anyways, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, unless he needed the cycle, which, I mean, he dropped a Decker out, I would definitely have gone for the cross. Unless both things were already stunned without us knowing it.
No, not the Decker!
All right, so Decker goes back to hand. You still have 1 memory as Ulforce. I still imagine this is stunned.
Because he can just Digivolve the Decker on top of Metal Gray next turn. And then stun.
Yeah. Does it have blocker, though, now due to Rena?
Yes.
That does. That definitely does.
But I don't think it matters for the fact that you can stun before it blocks.
Yeah, but you can only stun 1 thing, and you need 3 attacks to go through, and both things have blocker.
So Decker if you put Decker underneath the Digivolution sources, one of your opponent's Digimon can't attack or block until the end of your opponent's turn, but you also have the male Birdramon. So
Yeah, but
if
male Bird's only going to get 1 stun, and right?
But Decker Gray can also stun.
Okay, but not.
So there's 2 stuns.
There's 2 stuns, but they're individual attacks, right? Unless you're saying going to the Digivolution.
Digivolution, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So when you Digivolve into Decker Gray, you can, if you put Decker Greymon underneath it, you can, one of your opponent's Digimon can't attack or block. And then when you attack, you stun.
All right. So deciding not to do that. So getting the stun on, assumably something.
I would stun Leo here.
Yeah, probably Leo. Yeah. So get the stun on Leo. Get the return that underneath, which means if you have another Metal Gray in hand, then you're probably fine.
Correct. I think he's stunned with the male Birdra on the Leo.
Yeah.
So then he can maintain memory.
Yeah, I believe that's the case as well.
I think you would attack with Deckardramon first. What do I know, right?
Ooh, Ice
no!
Wall. Ice Wall is a good card. Going down to 2 memory, which is 1 away from being able to Metal Gray your way out. But again, if you need the stun.
He can Digivolve the Deckardramon into Decker Greymon, and then that will stun the Ulforce.
Yeah. And seeming to agree with you. So yeah, gets the devolution there. I think they could put something else underneath it if they want to.
They can, if they would like. Choosing Z Greymon for blocker. Let's go!
All right. Well, there you got 2 memory going to 3 with the Davis, and I believe both things are stun again. We'll have to find out.
I believe so, but this Rena will trigger here and gain 2 more memory.
That's true, because it doesn't care when the unsuspension happens, which also bounces that back to hand.
Correct.
And this game's been interesting so far.
Very.
All right, moving up the Madoki, getting a draw off the V-Tamer tie. Madoki's the only. Yeah, Madoki's the only thing that can attack right now.
Correct.
All right, Kumamon, which can get get rid of your Digitama.
Now, even if he goes into Aerovedramon and another Ulforce, the Renas have already triggered this turn, so they will not gain memory back.
Yeah. Again, looks like he's got 3 memory to work with, which means you can go up your chain again, but I don't know if that does anything for you.
Ooh, jamming.
All right, jamming is on there, so getting the attack hits into your rookie, which I think is a good play to help clear the board, and then you're able to go into a Mirage Galgamon. All right. Let me bring that bad boy up. So no cards on board, which means you do get the burn damage to hand.
I don't know. Adding that card to hand might be very beneficial, though.
I think having Mirage Galgamon though is worth the worth that, giving them 1 more card to hand. So Mirage Galgamon says, when Digivolve, return 1 of your opponent's level 5 or lower to hand. No Digimon was returned at the top card of their deck, security stack to their hand. And when an effect adds an opponent's hand, gain 1 memory for every 4. So did that proc off of the... did it activate off of Mirage Galgamon? All right, so it went down to 2, and then you start your turn at 3, and then go from there. Okay.
Yes, but if he activates the Triple Tamer here, that is a card effect that will add a card to your hand. So
that's true.
I don't know if he knows that.
I think he just found out.
I think he's thinking about slotting something.
Okay.
Oh, Digicross time. Digicross. Oh, funny story. Still same thing. In the English dub, they go Greymon, male Bertramon.
All right, yeah. So they're gonna. Okay, so they. There it is. All right, so they hammer Spark up. They get the stun of the two things, and it just honestly depends if it lives or dies on this first swing. I think.
Why'd they hammer Spark?
To get out of 3, because they did use their effect of their tamer.
Oh, but they gain 1 memory for every 4 cards in their hand, though.
Yeah. No. Actually, I have no idea.
That's why I was like, wait, what was the purpose of the hammer Spark? Because it's always 3 cost to Digicross into Metal Greymon.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think the Mirage didn't get procced correctly in that last one.
I don't think so either.
We'd have to go back because you would have gotten 4 cards in your opponent's hand. He had more than 8 cards in hand, unless he was just.
So did Abdur scoop?
Yeah, we're going to game 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So, right, because Alejandro won game 1 and then Abdur won game 2.
It's either that or it could have been when do these? It started a turn, you go to 3, and then you gain a memory, and then I think he went up to 4, and then he went back down to 2, and then he hammer sparked. I think that was the sequencing for it. So because I don't think he had 12 cards in hand.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So he did use the effect of the triple tamer.
Yes.
Which caused him to lose 2 memory because he had 8 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I believe that was the sequencing for it. It's a little bit complicated, especially without hearing our opponents and hearing the sequencing for these effects. So a little bit of guesswork on our side, but
verbal acknowledgement, please. I watch too much anime. I need subtitles.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the subtitles at? So this is 1-1. Table 2 is still going strong as far as we can tell too. No, let me see any. Yeah, no knowledge on how they're doing right now.
All right. I think Ulforce will want to do the same thing. I think Ulforce would want to go second in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so too. But I mean, me saying that again changes the outcome.
Well, because realistically, you're trying to draw more cards to find the components you need.
All right. And starting off here.
Nope, I was wrong.
All right, Vmon in raising, and then a Kumamon, which means you're missing a little bit. Not our best Vmon and not our best Kumamon, but they will have to do.
We go Dracomon in the other end with Wanyamon, and let me guess, Male Birdra Kiriha?
Let's see.
Oh,
all right.
Even better. Let's go. Nothing except you can add 2 cards to hand.
Yeah. So no Tamer. That's kind of like the first time we've seen that. And Death X the bottom deck is quite nice too.
Yeah.
Just because Death X can ruin your day in security in this matchup too.
Yes.
All right, Jerry to play out a Leomon. Pretty good value there. This is like the one game he doesn't start off with the Millbird into Tamer.
Right. There's the Greymon. Adds Gauss and Deckardramon.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom decks the rest. You don't want to hand a lot of memory here. Honestly, I'd probably Digivolve. It doesn't even matter, because if you Digivolve for 2 into like a male bird, on top of Dracomon, you put your opponent to 2 memory. They go into their Ulforce, but they do have ways to gain memory twice, so they will actually get 2 memory back with Arena.
Yeah, because they have a Vmon and they have like the EX1 Vmon, so unsuspending gains you a memory, and then if you play specifically Arena from the top from your hand, you get that bonus too. But those are a lot of specific cards that you're going to have, and Alejandro seems pretty confident that he does have them.
Agreed. There's the male bird.
All right, so getting 2 memory and drawing a card.
Is Aandroidd going to suspend first, or is he going to attack into security?
I mean, again, you don't have a lot of scary cards in that security for this. We'll have to see what his decision is.
I feel like he has the Ulforce.
Yeah, if I pushed it up, I hope I'd have the Ulforce to continue the play. Oh, now he's looking like trying to hybrid over the Jerry. Yeah, that is the play. All right.
Get rid of the Digitama. But now there's 2 Digimon in play.
Yep, so attacking into...
Blazing.
No.
Come on.
But Kuma does live against the Draco. V-Tamer tie.
So confused.
All right, yeah, he's got to go for it. You got to attack with it. Draw a card off the Wanyamon. Hits into Mailbird, so you're fine. Do you have Ulforce in hand? Ulforce would probably help clench it out here.
That's 2 Mailbirdras in the trash, though. That's not looking good for Abdur here.
All right. And Jerry to pass the turn with 2 Digimon up. Oh, no. So no Ulforce available to him. We'll have to see if you're able to capitalize this as Abdur. Looks like he's making some fast plays. He's really excited about this development here.
No Leo either. Does he already have the male bird in hand?
You could. So attacking with Greymon. All right, hitting into another Tamer.
No worries. It's fine. You can't block.
Yeah.
Oh, he did have it.
Okay. So we did have the extra Mailbird, which means that this gets to do 2 attacks. It does not get the... it will get the stun with Mailbirdramon on...
yes, the Kuma.
Yeah, well, you'll get it already just on the play.
Yes.
And then the Mailbirdramon will get the additional. But, the popping of the boost to go into... Is that the launcher?
Yes, the Cyber Launcher.
Yeah, let's get that up there.
So... delays the memory boost for 2 memory, then Digivolves into Plasma Launcher for 2. This does have Armor Purge. I'm interested why he would do that. You get 2 attacks.
I think it's just to confirm that you get 2 attacks with this, and it should be able to bounce the Kuma to the bottom of the deck, right?
It doesn't, because you need specifically Cyberdramon.
Cyberdramon, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and
that's why.
I mean, if your opponent's really looking for a level 6 and they can't find it, again, you got to have some insight that there's probably in that security.
That read.
All right.
Does he have the Zeeg?
Zeeg would be able to do another attack here.
I think he does have the Zeeg. Everything is stunned right now.
Everything is stunned, yeah. Zeeg is in play. I don't think you can win on this turn, but you can just be in a really good spot.
He just wanted to get rid of that one, just so that he doesn't have to deal with it again.
There's the Zeeg, yeah, and that makes sense. And what you can attack with your Dracomon, right?
Yes. I don't think he will necessarily. I think he thought, you know what, I'll just finish this off, make sure I remove any possible way for them to go up into their Ulforce. Now, this Kuma will unsuspend, and then Rena will gain a memory, though.
Yeah, if you were... I only don't like this a little bit because it is a little bit lopsided. I would have just committed to clearing the board instead.
I would have cleared the board too.
Yeah, so I think that's the only this is like a half and half play, which can be a little bit, is a spot where you can get punished for doing that.
Yeah, and Zeke Greymon does cost 2 from a Metal Greymon specifically.
All right. Ice Wall is pretty big as well.
There's you can't unsuspend now the Zeke, so
yeah.
Oh,
and see, this is again where you get punished for doing one of these half and half plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now if you have a Hammer Spark in hand, you win, right? Potentially.
Yes.
But you're in a good spot. You have your own Ice Wall, all right?
Oh, I liked your move. I'm gonna do it too.
Yeah, that is the world we live in. So that is getting the hit there. So you do get saved, and then sorry, that's Gaussmon. So you get to play something out of your hand for free.
Yes, I'm still laughing at the. Oh, you Ice Wall? Oh, look, I have one too.
Also, for the record, if you had something in hand, you'd be playing out something off that Gauss, and then the Dracomon would have got the memory back, right?
Correct.
So you could have won this turn if you had something to play off that Gaussmon. Because you'd get a memory back,
yes.
You'd be at 4, and you get all 3 swings in.
So if he had put it to 3 memory instead, I think he didn't want to risk putting him to 3 for the fact that if he had 3, he could climb the Kuma into Arrow V.
Yeah, but because you have, both have memory set tamers, right? So it's not like a big issue.
Oh, no. There's no memory fixer on the other side.
Oh, I guess that's true. But no, you could have just won, though. You could have just had enough attacks to go in.
Correct.
All right, so Ice Wall is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
No cards left in security. Potential finals here. Looks like Table 2 is still playing, so we'll jump into there as soon as this game finishes, too.
He has to have an Ulforce by now, right?
I would hope so. We saw one in security.
This is very problematic. Is Ulforce not wanting to... I feel like if Alejandro had the Ulforce, he would have already suspended the Aandroidd.
Mm-hmm. The board is not stunned because that Aandroidd line is new, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you got the stun off swing with the Z Greymon on the Kumamon.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he just don't have it. So probably using the effect there to draw one more card.
That was Arena.
Yeah, which is not an Ulforce.
I probably would have Aandroidd first and then used the ties.
Yeah, and scooping it up. No. So we do have Abdur 8-0 with Blue Flare. And today we'll have to see how Table 2 goes. We're going to jump over there right now. Give us just a minute to get there, and we'll see how that game ends. All right, round number 9. Our finals for today. Again, it is going to be our Blue Flare versus our Melga here for finals. We do have our MetalGaruruX player on the top here and our Blue Flare player on the bottom.
Guaranteed final round. This is it.
And
no more surprises.
No, yeah, surely no more surprises, right? All right. And let me get these names for you guys.
Looking like Abdur is thinking about the hand, and also, Abdur is shipping it back. And our Melga player, Anokon, is keeping the hand. Let's see what happens here.
All right, yeah, there it is. So Blue Flare versus the MetalGaruruX, and we'll have to see how it is.
Initially, oh wait, Never mind. With Blue Flare, it'll be interesting to see if Melga actually puts 2 bodies out on board.
Yeah, because you again, like it's kind of similar to how Ulforce is, where you don't need more than one stack. Your one stack is normally enough to win the game, and so
Mm-hmm.
I'd say generically Melga is even better at just doing a single stack comparatively. So we'll have to see
Correct.
if they're able to play around it.
Because Ulforce is a slower Melga, but that's in some people's words more balanced.
Sure, that's the way to say it.
Melga going first. Suno raises and goes into a starter deck Gabumon.
And looking at top, all right, you get a hit. That's fine there too.
+0. I'll take it. Abdur raises Wanya, goes into the Gaussmon, a great setup. Now are we going to see a male Birdramon and then Kiriha Aonuma for like the 3rd time?
Yeah, just in like the last 2 rounds. No, okay, just the Betamon. Still not too bad. Passing
Pretty
the
good.
1. Yeah.
Pretty good. Oh, promo Garurumon for 2, putting Abdur to 1. I wish that was a tamer. The Madoki was a tamer would be better.
100%.
Well, there it is. Asking you shall receive. Unfortunately, giving 3 memory here could be the end of this game.
All right, so going into the where X there, being able to get the memory back, so being at 4.
Did you say where X?
Did I say where X? I meant it's going to be there. It's promise. I'm just skipping ahead. Surely there will be in the stack.
There's extra steps, but we're just getting there.
No, trust me. I mean,
this where Garurumon can unsuspend.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh!
Death X, so you do have the protection there. Again, probably one of the largest DP cards in the deck. You generally run quite low in DP for Blue Flare in general.
Mm-hmm.
All right, X antibody there. Again, getting another attack. Are you going to go into... who called it? Did I call it? Unintentionally? Oh, no. Dang it. Oh, no. Oh, he heard me. He's like, can't get Eggman being right.
That's a Meadow Greymon, and then a second check hits Decardramon. The unsuspend is going to bounce something, though.
Yeah, so...
Put the Gaussmon back in my hand.
Yeah,
Do it.
They both have the same play cost, so it's both cards.
Yeah.
That is very solid.
He gained memory from the cool boy. It's a tamer effect.
Yeah, you can get from tamer. Yeah.
That's kind of awkward.
Yeah, I mean, you have a tamer and you have your Gaussmon back in raising, but I mean, this is going to do 2 more checks next turn, and if you have like Omni Blitz, you win.
A Sorai would be really good here right now because you strip the top 4 sources.
3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't think that was the play.
You get 2 cards here, so you're deciding to not get the it's good to know that he does run the secure attack +1, because I don't think we've seen the Metal Gray X in this build, right?
No, he does not run the Metal Gray X. I think this will be a very quick game 1.
Potentially. Let's see what's in that security. So 2 checks here.
First check.
Oh.
Hammer Spark.
Oh, another Hammer Spark. Blazing, and you have Omni in hand for game. Okay, he doesn't slam it down, so he does not. All right, and then Cool Boy to pass the 2. So if Betamon was on the board for that Hammer Spark there, you would not have, I guess on the other side of the board, it would have restricted it. But nah, it doesn't stop Tamers. Man, can you imagine if that stopped Tamers?
No, I still wish it did.
Oh, that's asking for too much. All right, hitting into a Goblin, so you do get the on deletion here. I mean, you do have shots for winning, but only having one Digimon out as the MetalGaruruX player is pretty rough.
You would need a blocker too, so you would need to set up a Z Greymon inheritable blocker as well.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that this isn't too good of a situation because you might be able to stun with like a Decker Greymon, but I guess you could do that, but it doesn't unsuspend.
Yeah, generically this deck does not run many cards in the way of blockers, so it's going to be hard to overcome, especially since the you still get the restand of the MetalGaruruX, which can just bounce whatever blocker you end up establishing back to hand as well.
When it unsuspends, yeah.
Yeah, at the start of the turn.
At the beginning of the turn, yeah, that'll be the got him moment.
Yeah, I mean we're only 5 minutes deep, but I think we're already done. I mean, I don't know. I was wrong last round, so let's see if I could be wrong again.
Greymon with Sec +1 crossing into Metal Gray Evo and a Zeeg and hybrid for game.
We'd need your opponent to have 2 cards out, right? For that?
Correct, because Zeeg does not gain you the memory back unless your opponent has 2 Digimon in play.
But you might have enough memory to do it still. Because Zeeg says what? Yeah, so when Digivolve you get the unsuspend, so you would be able to get 2 swings with that, and if you have enough memory for it, you can. I just don't think there's enough memory for that play. Unless you have like another couple Hammer Sparks in hand.
Yeah. The unsuspend would happen from the Z Greymon, but the problem is
yeah, so it would cost 5. So security attack +1, you swing 1, it lives. Restand for 2, so that costs 5. You get 4 checks, and then you pop another one for 2 off the Kuriha.
Mm-hmm.
So I will concede that is a line to get there, but that is now gone with the play of that Greymon.
Yep, it's a very specific line too.
And again, when we already saw the security attack +1 Greymon go to bomb deck, the chances of having that is again low. So going into our guy here, this can get 1 attack. It can't even get a stun. It can't stun and can't restand either, right?
Correct. It can't stun because of the fact that Metal Garurumon has more Digivolution sources.
Yeah, and then also it can't. If you attack with it, Millbird also needs to have two stacks out.
Correct. The magic number for Blue Flare is always 2, and because you don't have anything, yep.
And there is the scoop there. So game 1 goes to MetalGaruruX. Needs 1 more game to clinch this tournament out. And we'll have to see. And I will say, like, the security for Fearofdark was pretty strong, but just wasn't able to capitalize. And again, Inohone was able to play around the 2 stacks. And I think MetalGaruruX is actually pretty good at doing that.
For sure. And the fact that you can basically, build safety in the raise and then play your other Gabumons or whatever for searches and out and then attack and chip damage away.
Mm-hmm.
That's a better advantage than Vmon, who kind of, you're playing multiple Vmons to try to find either Tamers or the Digimon themselves.
Mm-hmm. All right, and so we'll have to see what the changes. I mean, both decks can be incredibly explosive if set up correctly, and I think it's just the fact that, again, it's way easier for Melga to play around not having 2 stacks.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that statement. But I do like Blue Flare because it is typically like the dark horse of the format.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, who knows? Maybe we're slowly rewinding back into a BT9 format.
Yeah.
Because it is likely that in a lot of the Cross Heart versus Melga matchups, what happened was there were multiple bodies with the same play cost out, and by unsuspending, that causes them to go back to the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Abdur again, shipping everything back to the deck. I feel like Anokon has a better option if he wants to ship back or not, because he is up 1 game. Yep, ships back 2.
Yeah, and there's like a little bit of knowledge of knowing if your opponent's keeping their hand or not. If you're like, man, my hand's okay, but I could be a little bit greedier, and if your opponent keeps their hand, you're like, all right. And it can even go both ways, right? Like if my opponent keeps their hand, like, all right, my hand can't beat a hand that they're really confident with keeping. Or on the other side, oh, if my opponent can refresh their hand, I don't mind refreshing my hand either.
So this is it. Game 2, potentially the last game for this regionals event.
All right, and with the setup there, we'll see who ends up going first. Looks like it is Abdur.
Goes into Wanya, then Dracomon. And does he have the Tamer? Does he play Male Bird and go to Kyria? We haven't seen any like huge plays like he did in earlier games.
I don't think we've seen a turn 1. Just playing the Tamer. That's fine. I don't think we've seen a turn 1 Blazing Memory boost. Yeah.
No, we have not. Anokon playing the Gabu X on top of Sunomon, so no Gabumon.
All right, Davis for your Tamer, which I'm surprised that wasn't the start of the turn. Was unless you like literally just drew into the Davis, right?
Cool boy.
For 2 and passing 2.
I mean, you got to hit with the Gabu X. A little slower of a startup this time. Promotes up. Dracomon attacks. Wanya, as a result, can draw because of Kiriha. It's deleted because of WereGaruruX.
All right, and a Blazing Mem boost here, right? 2 hits already.
Ooh, and a Kiriha too, but I don't think, can you play it?
I think you, let me reread it. I think you don't have to have one in play, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, I thought you couldn't play it if you already had one.
Nope, you totally can.
Yo, that's pretty good.
A lot of the other effects, like off of like with Mailbird, I think Mailbird's the one that you don't get.
Yeah, if you don't control it, you can play it. Yeah.
Yeah, Mailbird's the one that you can't play another one.
Yeah, because there's some Digimon that are like, if you don't control this tamer, you can play one of these tamers, and then if you're like, oh, I control one, then it's like, okay, you can't do anything. And you're like,
Yeah,
thanks. So Garurumon and the Rays, pretty slow start for both players. Dracomon again.
Yeah, but again, like it looks like both of them are just missing a piece or two that they really want. So Decker for 2, all right.
That's weird.
And then Gray for 4, looking at top 4. Adding, I think, another Mailbird, and I believe that was a Decker Dramon.
Yeah, Decker Greymon.
Decker Gray.
I feel like, let me double check this before I make the statement. Never mind, I was completely wrong. I thought it was Kyle Hebert, but it's not. It's Liam O'Brien.
All right, hitting the security attack +1 Greymon from the security.
No level 5. This is a... The moment he finds the level 5, that's going to be...
And still no level 5.
Yeah, that's just... Didn't he bottom deck some with the Cool Boy?
I think he did. And just obviously like the promo one, not like a searchable target for it.
Yeah.
Oh, and just playing out a regular Gabu.
Sometimes I feel like you just want to promote the stack and just start building a new stack.
Mm-hmm. All right, another cool boy. All right, send his level 5s to the bottom. No, still no level 5s. My goodness.
Where are they? Decker's gonna attack and be like, "Oh, I found one."
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you do get a card draw with the Wanya from it. But instead deciding to go into there, you get a memory back off the inheritable from the Decker.
Mm-hmm.
And you do get the stun on the Gabu there. All right, Decker swinging in, drawing a card, hitting into another level 4, so it's 5k to 4k. Again.
Here's the wear.
Oh my gosh. This is insane.
What do I do? If you delay the memory boost and use it, you can go into Zackery to unsuspend.
Mm-hmm.
You won't gain memory back.
But you get another attack. And then if you have
Yeah.
Blitz Omni, baby.
Oh, yeah, because Blue Flare totally runs Blitz Omni.
You know they do. All right, so I think that's a Madoki Betamon.
No memory boost.
I'm fairly certain, but again with okay, he's found his card. Maybe. Right, drawing two.
He
all
better.
right.
He better after these draws.
If he can't find it, yeah. Okay, there it is.
We found it. We found it.
I think he went all the way back around.
Because he added a Cool Boy and a Garurumon, promo Garurumon off the Cool Boy draws.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh no, I mean this could be the crackback too.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's in the security. There are some scary stuff, but we saw a lot of it happening to be bottom deck, so obviously not in that security. So, all right, there is Garurumon X.
Yep. Then where Garuru?
You've got so many cards in your hand. My goodness.
Didn't you hear? Melga's like reverse Beelzemon. They have all the cards in their hand.
Yep. So that is for 3. You don't get the memory back from the boost as long as that assumed Madoki Betamon is rivaling the sun.
He doesn't have an X antibody? I'm surprised.
Does not seem like it.
Oh, that will deal with the Madoki Betamon.
Yep. All right, yeah, return that back to hand. Pop in the boost to go to 4. Then what? I mean, you could attack here for 2. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he has more than 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, like 9 or 10. Just barely.
Pretty sure, though, this could be the end of the game here, though, because he can unsuspend, battle protect. Oh, never mind. I thought he had the WereGaruruX.
Yeah, I think he wanted that as well. So just bouncing back. I think both those have the same cost, right?
Yes.
All right, 2 checks, Blazing Mem Boost, and then also there. I mean, this can attack in and then Blitz Omni. You still get the W.
Yeah, I want to say he does have the Blitz Omni, but the only thing that would stop this would be like
Hammer Spark.
Well, if a Soraya is hit on the first check, it will strip the WereGaruru before the second check.
That's true. But if we go, okay, this also
Nani?
This doesn't win it, right?
No, because it will only trash 1. So he'll look at the security first.
All right, and gets rid of that, so no sources there.
Nope, no Sarai.
No Sorai.
I think it's a Decker and Gauss.
All right, so
Then Gauss will be hit in the security.
And now you gave your opponent 5 memory when 2 bodies on board?
No! Why would you do?
That surely wasn't right? Can that Goblimon attack this turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it was played the turn before. Why wouldn't you attack? Wait. Oh, wait, it was stunned. It was stunned.
It was. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, that's where we were. Yeah. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
But
yeah, so without Blitz Omni, yeah, this is the best play that you got. Yeah, it's just there wasn't any indication about that Goblimon being available. So all right, I mean, if you have no sources, you can just play that Metal Gray, and this can still attack twice.
yeah, if Metal Gray can be played this turn, so Greymon will be played first in order to dig for a Metal Gray. So there's Gauss, Blazing, Plasma, and
Another Gauss.
Gauss, yeah.
Yeah.
Not what he was looking for.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think just strictly Metal Gray, even without any sources, gets you there.
Yeah.
Which looks like it is
There's
there.
the Metal Gray.
All right, and then do you want to put armor on it? And then lose to potentially a Hammer Spark? And okay, all right.
No, he's like, I got you, fam. I got my own Hammer Sparks.
All right. It comes down to this security if we're going to game 3 or not. And you will be able to get the stun on the Omni as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, Zeke for an additional 2 just to be a little bit bigger. Attack in. Get the restand. Last card in security is an antibody. You are safe. We're going to game number 3 here for the Top Cut Finals.
Never put 2 bodies out against Blue Flare.
Yeah, and definitely was just an issue of just not finding your pieces correctly for MetalGaruruX, and we got one more game left. Game number 3. Man, they yeah, on an event that we're just like we're here for the entire event. Like, yeah, sure, just 10 hours. Sure, fine. Whatever, we're fine. It's easy.
Let's see how long we can extend our game so that the commentators have to watch every second.
Yeah, and so again, like and we saw the first game where you were able to play around getting those 2 bodies, but once you get that one more rookie, 1, it's incredibly easy to stun there, and 2, you just get another attack. You get the stun, you get to go up your chain a little bit more, and it's just crazy how much just that one more body on the board helps Blue Flare.
So now the question becomes, will Anacone go first or second? The final choice. Hayden, the final choice.
All right. I can't punt this one. I think he's going to go first. Okay, what do you think?
I think in this particular matchup, if you go first, that would be the right choice, because that means you can play your searchers without really having to worry about them being stunned the turn after, because you can, in essence, you can attack into security with them after you play them on your turn.
Okay, cool. All right, we're in agreement?
Yes, I would agree with you that he would want to go first.
Okay, we'll see if I get 2 right guesses today. We'll see, but yeah, again, chat super hyped about this match going to game 3. It's been pretty tight and a lot of back and forth. So see a bunch of Abdur stands and as well as Anacone stands. So let me know who you guys are repping. We got one more game here, and we'll have to see how it goes.
I also agree that he could have attacked with the WereGarurumon first and then unsuspended with it, instead of going straight into the Sagittarius mode.
Yeah, he just got nervous, right?
I think so.
And it could have just been a situation where he miscalculated. And I believe Abdur is keeping opening hand while Anacone is going back down to the mulligan.
You got to pile shuffle. Superstition. I will always pile shuffle in groups of 5.
Mm-hmm. All right, gets the cut there. Last 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And who is going first? Yes, we did it.
No, no rookie.
No rookie, though.
My channel points. So Wanyamon comes up. Dracomon is coming in the raise, and Man, that 4 memory is a lot to give. Luckily, the Garurumon is a cheap Digimon.
It is a cheap, yeah. And he's like, see, look, I could play 4 for level 4 as well, and I will find
Zeke
Zeke,
Decker
Blazing
Gray.
Boost. All right, decide to add Zeke and the Blazing Mem Boost to hand, bottom decking the other 2.
Because Blazing Memory Boost is also a Blue Flare trait.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is he crossing already?
It seems like it. So that should get the stun on the Garuru right now.
It does.
And do we see a rookie? So, okay, free Digivolution. That's fine.
This is going to be awkward because that Where Garurumon, even if he did have it, it would have been stunned regardless because of... Oh, wait, no, never mind. The male Birdramon doesn't stun.
Yeah. So because you don't have 2 or more out. But that Davis will finally find us a rookie here. And that's kind of like the issue with this deck. Like, if you give them one thing to start stunning, then that's when they can start to kind of establish 2 Digimon out.
Correct, because right now that Metal Greymon could Digivolve into, say, a Decker Greymon or like a Metal Greymon Cyber Launcher, and that Garurumon X would still be stunned next turn.
Yeah, but only 1 memory here. Deciding to play the Blazing Mem Boost. Let's see if we find a tamer. No tamer.
Nope. Male
right.
Bird, Gray, and Draco. So he's probably going to grab those. Yeah, the 2 components to make another Metal Greymon. I'd honestly be surprised if like next turn he played another one, but we'll see.
All right, so yeah, finally getting a rookie and raising with that Goblimon.
I am safe in the raise. And this Garurumon X can attack the security now, so I'd probably actually start going into security with it. Yeah,
you still have protection, so that's fine.
Yeah, I think the issue for that is that if you reduce your Digivolution sources, you are going to make it a more stunnable target.
All right, so yeah, you lost 2 cards underneath there. Do you want to attack with it again?
He might go into the... Never mind. I thought he was going to go into the WereGaruruX.
Yeah, you could do that. You could bounce the Draco back to hand as well.
Yep.
Potentially get 2 checks, but yeah, just saying, you know what? Let's just go for it. Another check there. Hits into I think that's a Metal Gray. So
got rid of it. Yeah. So now he's pretty much free on the board side of things,
which I think he's actually not too upset about.
No, I actually don't want a body on board whenever I'm dealing with this deck.
Yeah, and so far so good for like doing a lot of good memory management. The second turn in a row where Abdur has to start with 1 memory,
and he recovered very well, especially since he opened no rookie in his both hands.
Yeah, so let's see if I think he decided not to pick up a Blazing Mem Boost, which, and the point where I was at there, I'm like, you know what? Popping a Blazing Mem Boost and playing another one's usually pretty strong, but instead going into the Decker Gray.
And what will he slot underneath with the Decker Gray effect? I guess nothing. So he's attacking in with, now he has Armor Purge. Oh, dibs.
And that is there. So passing the turn back to 3. Armor not doing too much there, and 3 memory is actually quite strong for this where we're at here. Let's see if he has another GaruruX, since we did lose 1 already, and he sure does. This is the perfect amount to go into another WereGaruru.
WereGarurumon here would actually be really good, because then you could attack into the... How big is Decker Gray? 10? Yeah, not big enough.
Yeah, not quite
big enough.
All right, X antibody underneath it. You could attack, and yeah, it looks like it's going to go into, at least thinking about going into a WereGaruruX.
I think you're going into the WereGaruruX here. Yeah. 1 check, return Dracomon to the hand.
Yep.
And funny enough now, this Digimon can challenge the Armor Purged Decker Greymon.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case. Especially when they have no tamers out to save any of those sources.
Oh, attack into it.
Yeah, with the +1 from both the Goblimon as well as the Egg, you now are able to be a 10k to swing over that 9k. And now we have a lot of momentum on the side of the MetalGaruruX.
4 security to 3. It's a pretty close game.
All right, and for 3, well, you have one target, and probably maybe the card you're even looking for. So
that's arguably really good.
All right, starting from again, pretty much like turn 1 stance there. See if Abdur can really do anything. Obviously, you do have a little bit of time because there's no security attack +1 underneath that stack, but it's still quite formidable.
We know Abdur runs Sarai, which could be useful here in stripping, more of the sources. Granted, you won't be able to stun the WereGaruruX because of that X antibody.
Mm-hmm.
Just deliberating right now on what to do next. I think he might be a little lost on what to do because he hasn't found that Kiriha Aonuma, and sometimes that tamer for saving is so crucial. Hammer Spark.
Up to 4, so maybe playing a tamer? Nope. All right. Oh. All right.
Okay.
All right.
That will... That was unexpected.
You needed to Hammer Spark there just to have enough memory to physically play the card.
That's awkward.
That's some fun math there. Yeah, because it costs 20, so it would have cost 15. So you need to get up to 5 just to get there. No, not 5. To 11.
4.
Because there's 3, or sorry, there's only 2 out because it's just the Davis and now it doesn't count the Blue Members
and the Digimon. Yeah, so it would have been the Davis and the Digimon, so that would have been 6, and then he needed 1 memory.
Yeah, to go up to 14.
That's a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah, you know what to add. We honestly did not see any Grandis decks today.
I don't think I saw one. Like,
no,
literally not even one. Like, in any of the it's not like a super great like we have to like physically find the decks. We don't know a lot going into it, but I've not seen anyone play Grandis.
Yeah. We just need a level 4. A level 4 into that position would be really good. So this Gabumon is now a sacrificial. Oof.
All right. Well, there goes its 2 brothers.
Hey, bro, what's up? Not much, bro.
Go to the bottom of the deck.
Okay, see you never. Is he just going to build like the perfect stack for next turn, or?
I believe that's what you got to do because you don't want to leave another body out on board. I mean, I guess you can because it does get deleted by DeathX, but
I feel like I'd probably utilize all the memory boosts for like this turn in case he has a Madoki Betamon.
Maybe. All right, and going to the Gabu X, draw a card, and then draw another card, go back up to 3, look at the top 3, getting a MetalGaruruX.
His deck is looking real thin. I think you'd probably go into the WereGarurumon and then just Ice Wall.
No, I think just going to this guy here, yeah, Ice Wall, yeah, just add insult to injury right here. Yeah, that is.
Yep.
That is unfortunate.
And then see you later, Gabumon X.
That is a whole lot of nothing you get to do as our Blue Flare player.
The Tamer is so crucial for cross decks in general that if you don't have it, it's really hard. And that is what he was looking for, and that's the memory loss there. And then he goes to 3.
Yep. And you still have your Blue Mem boost open. You still have Cool Boy that can work with the WereGaruruX. Like everything seems to be working out his way.
3 security. Where Garurumon attacks, unsuspends. I don't. We know he has the Melga X.
All right, and we got the MetalGarurumon there, and you got
1, 2,
12 exactly, so you get 3 back.
Why not attack twice though? Oh. So he's going to attack with the Melga because it's bigger, and then it's going to go into Melga X. Melga X unsuspends, and he's going to attack again and go into the Omni X.
Yeah, so attacking there.
Melga X triggers, unsuspends the Digimon, bounces back to hand the lowest play cost Digimon, so it's going to be the Dracomon. 2 checks.
Oh, Ice Wall. Okay.
And then 1 security left. You're not going to tell me you don't have the Omni X, right?
Yeah, bounce. Yeah, okay. I don't think he has Omni X, but I think he has. Okay,
there it is.
Yeah, I'm wrong. That's fine. And that will be it. So last card was the Tamer, of course.
No.
Fantastic at the top of your security.
Yeah.
And there we do go. So
what a game.
What a game. So MetalGarurumon X taking it after 3 games for our 9th and final round here. And there it is.